Hello. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yes, I'm from zero life.
Okay. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm backing the CEO for this station. This station is our Lord station. These two guys on the station, the politicians, are saying a lot of things. And read it, boy, I don't listen to no different station beside this station. I beg you, my heart can people and hear the men talking. Government that could not even able to provide police car for the zone in most of Rado County, anatomy obsession that was suffering from. You go to the police, you could not even see one police to come rescue you. You are begging the CEO. Beg you at the boss to beg. Please remove the garden from the station. This is not campaign time. We are only here now to run our
Thank you. So your
this
point
country.
is you don't want any sedition to be on this network.
They
Is that
men
what
that
you?
are not in the interest of us. Because it's important. We not
But
listen no different station. Only this station was the station for us.
if you criticize maybe the previous government or other people of not providing the space for other people to express themselves, how different are you if you want
Yeah,
to suppress other people, stop them from expressing themselves?
yeah, we are not tonight, but there's not campaign time. They are still continue to justify what they have done for this country, and we saw what they have not done anything. Brother, we do a survey, go
Thank
to
you.
all the zones. If they government want this car for them,
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's
if
hold
I
you there.
beg you, I take this time to beg the CEO.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Uh, this is democracy. People should be able to disagree or agree. You should just be able to make your point. But let's take this person. Hello.
Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
please
can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, you are live.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Dwelly. This is Anna. I'm calling from Mesa, Arizona, USA.
Okay.
Okay, this is what is on my mind. That guys, Isaac Doe
Mhm.
has been talking about Joshua government paying Wyatt fees. Was it during the duration of the 6 years that they paid the Wyatt fees? And also, did I not hear them say that they had to cut civil servants' pay in order for them to pay the Wyatt fees? If that is the case, it was the civil servants that paid the Wyatt fees. It was not weird in government.
Thank you.
And then one more thing, Dualu, please tell the people in Liberia to all look at the palm of their hands. If it appear orange, it means that they have high cholesterol level because of eating too much red oil. I'm a healthcare provider, and that will give them that high blood pressure, that high cholesterol, and they could get, most of them can die from heart attack. Look at the palm of your hands. If it's orange, you have high cholesterol from palm oil. You need to reduce your palm oil consumption. Thank you. Please, make it known to them. I'm a healthcare provider. Thank you.
You got me looking in my palm as well. But thank you.
If it's orange,
Thank you.
if they reduce, you will notice the color will start changing to that pinkish color.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Mr. Dwalu, I just want us to squeeze the last two calls in. Then we see lots of folks trying to come in from here. Okay. Oh no, too bad. Okay, so let's get this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you, sir.
Hello. I'm David. I'm calling from Minnesota. And I want Mr. Dwalu and the other analysts to fact check. As it do come out so many lies. And everybody watching this platform all over the world. And when there's no fact check, then I think majority of the people will carry his lies.
Thank you.
That's the only reason I call. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the final person here now. Hello, you're live, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Hey, thank you so much, Nessim, for taking my call. My name is Uncle George. I call you from Las Vegas.
Okay.
You guys say what on my mind. The thing that on my mind, it was a couple of days ago, you guys were discussing, more especially the man in the studio there, Mr. Dwalu. They were talking about how the people driving cars in Liberia with a lot of lights on it and the driving system and what have you. This is my recommendation to you, Mr. Dwalu. You are one of the brilliant Liberians that we have, and we are proud of you. In 1998, I was then working with the Transport Union of Liberia. After the war, there were like the series of accidents in the country. People were driving on flat whites and what have you. So we came up with a design, with a training, that we should train all drivers in Liberia. It was during Jote time. And we agreed together with the police, and we set up a training for all drivers in Liberia. The prerequisite for getting a driver license to take the training. It was successful. We trained more than 25,000 drivers.
Okay.
So my recommendation to you, Mr. Dwalu, please move this power to the new police director so we can do the same thing and it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Dwalu, I think that's
welcome to the show, to my brother Eric. I think the studio have a better lighting today, so I'm a little bit lighter. Or maybe I'm doing some grading things, so forgive me. You know, I'm not a comedian, right? Just sometimes a little dark, a little lighter. But overall, we're making it call. Like a Princey, a little lovely as always.
Thank you, Dwalu.
It's really important. I want to welcome Mr. Johnson here. Compared to Emmanuel Fuller, welcome to the show. I want to read something today. I was so today because better asking.
Dwalu, can you speak into the mic, please? You come in, you muffled.
Okay, I'm muffled. I think I was a little back. How's it sound now?
Yes.
Much better?
Yes.
So my brother Asivatok said something today. He posted on Facebook. There were a lot of people spoke about it. Brother Samuel Jackson, welcome to the show. And I want to read this verbatim so people can understand exactly what he did say. He said, "Is it fair to say Liberia has a bleak future, given the fact that there is no clear backlog or pipeline of competency and experience?" I want to address this issue very carefully because this is something I want people to understand. I want to target people in the diaspora specifically, though, because as I was reading through the comment, most people say, "Oh, why should we even bother ourselves with Liberia? Why should we even think about Liberia when every time you go to Liberia, the people that want to kill you. Every time you go to Liberia, it doesn't matter what you do, you come from the diaspora, the way the people think, the way the people do this, the way the people do that." And this is comments are coming back and forth. And I understand their sentiments. I understand why they're taking that position. I'm not arguing against it. But this is what I want to ask them. How is Liberia going to develop when Liberia's best minds, the best and brightest minds, entirely stay away, when we stay in the comforts of another man's country, and yet and still we expect Liberia to transform outside our country? It does not work that way. I understand, nobody wants to leave the comforts out of Arizona or out of New York City. I get it, I understand it. But when the British were developing, when the Americans were developing, the Australians, etc., their brightest minds were in their country. And even if they were not there, almost everything that they do was to elevate that location. It's okay to lay blame. It is okay to stay far away, and we put these blames. Say, listen, Liberia's future is bleak based on X, Y, and Z, how the people do things back home here. In order to change the orientation of our people, Brother Jackson, we agree with this. We have to force the issue and educate.
We can't hear you. Put the mic back on.
The mic is off.
No, you're on now. You're on now, but you were just.
I think it's going back and forth. So my issue today is Liberia, best and brightest man. Now, this is not a suggestion that those that are back home are not the best and brightest. I'm saying those who have more exposure have to add their take two to Liberia so we can change the direction of this country. This direction cannot be changed by one individual. We all collectively have to play our part. And I understand the entirety of the difficulties associated with this issue. I know this. I know you cannot leave the comforts of Minnesota and move to Liberia when you don't have the amenities of electrification, etc., road connection, proper infrastructure. I get that. I understand that. But the question remains, are you going to stay away? Are you going to contribute to the society so we all can leave a better legacy for our children? Brother Jackson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Dwalu, I have written extensively about this, not only in my book, but in papers that I've written. You're
a little low.
Oh, let me, okay. You want me to, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay, great, fantastic. Okay. China was built by the diaspora, not European foreign direct investments, but Chinese technology and Chinese diaspora built China.
It's going to get better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You're breaking in, Brother Jackson. I recommend you log in and log back out. Well, be log out and log back in.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the different thing.
Yeah, what an excellent topic, Dwalu. I actually subscribe to your mentality of a partnership between the people in Liberia and the people in Liberians in the diaspora. I think that partnership can create exactly what we need for our country, the kind of burning development that is needed. You know, they know exactly some of the road, the map to development, and we have been exposed. We've seen different things. So I think just putting those two concepts, those two groups of people together is the only way that we can, change Liberia. I don't believe in staying away from Liberia. In fact, just a sidebar, I was just in a meeting with the person who's the chair of the department, and he was asking me, we do a rotation in the department. He said, I want to nominate you. And I was like, no, I'm not planning on being in this country for the next 4 or 5 years. So let's look at, but that's the desire, the burning desire. We all cannot stay away. I may lose an opportunity, and that's what we have to do. You're going to have to make sacrifices. You can't stay in Pennsylvania, Minnesota, or in Australia and expect Liberia to develop. So we're going to have to make that sacrifice in terms of coming back home. And you're going to have to, all of us have a different lifestyle. We're going to have to juggle with that to make that decision. It's not a decision for everybody, but we have to contribute. It has to be a partnership between the two groups.
I agree. Brother Jackson.
Thank you very much, Dwala. This is extremely important. China, foreign direct investments came from the Chinese in the diaspora. Chinese in Malaysia, Chinese in Singapore, Chinese in the rest of the world. They brought in money, brought in technology, they brought in expertise. The most educated Liberians, the wealthiest Liberians, the Liberians with the most adrenaline, unfortunately don't live in Liberia. Let's just get that very clear. Not just because of the events of the war or the circumstances of the war. It's because the way the global economy is structured, a global north is where all the technology is and all of that. Look, let's look at healthcare. But Francine, let's look at income, just income, cash flow. The greatest amount of income come from the Liberians in the diaspora. Let's look at home equity. In my generation and in Dwalo's generation, look at the home equity that we have. Look at the value of the 401k, our 401k plans. So the only way that you can attract that quantum of investment, that quantum of technology, that quantum of brain to the country, there has to be a coordinated effort by the government in charge and a coordination with the people in the country. Because the people in the country have to be told that the people in the diaspora, they are not here to compete with you. They are here to promote you. They're here to create jobs for you. And they're here. But unfortunately, the people in the diaspora haven't done themselves well, not majority, but the most vocal, the most visible. All they do, they go to Liberia and they're angling for jobs and they competing with young people that went to the University of Liberia. You can't do that. If you want to do something, you have to take your own investment to Liberia. Dwalo, after the war in 2003, I took my investments to Liberia. I had an ice factory, employing more than 15 people and serving more than 100. Everybody in Painsbury, Joba, knew that I had an ice factory and I was employing people. I also had a bakery in Chocolate City, employing people. Then, of course, later on, I opened up a Total gas station, but I was divested most of my investments from the thievery from the dishonesty.
But Uncle Sam, I have a question.
Let's rotate this. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. I'm going to be with you guys because I'm on my way to class. I'll soon be leaving shortly. Don't you think that it has to be a two-way street? You know, the government has to create, like you said, the avenue for people in the diaspora to return. But I also think that people in the diaspora should be given the option to serve, either if they want to be business owners or even to participate in the public administration of the country. Because I think creating to the public, contributing to the public administration of the country can be helpful just as well as being a business owner in the country.
I agree, Dr. Francine.
Francine, here is a problem. There is an inordinate amount of emphasis by Liberians on employment within the public sector from the diaspora. That's where the problem comes from. They see them as, look at the people that ran to Liberia for the inauguration and they stayed there for a long time and they're angling for jobs. People see them and they see that as this is a grave injustice. So, but Francine, what needs to happen is it has to be a national policy, and we have to basically rebrand both the country of Liberia and also the Liberians in the diaspora. The Liberians in the diaspora, they don't even have an integrated organization that even put their resources together. Unlike the Ethiopians, the Chinese, the Jamaicans. The largest Liberian organization in America cannot show $50,000 in the bank account. I dare you. The largest Jamaican organization in the United States, the Jamaican League, can show you millions. The Spanish League can show you millions. The APAC, the American Israeli PAC, can show you tens of millions, hundreds of millions, okay? And they do lobbying on behalf of Israel with the U.S. Congress. EULA is strictly political. Where is EULA's office? EULA.
Mr. Jackson, let's do this. Let's rotate. You do 1 minute, I do 1 minute, we'll go around because I wanted to talk about the thing. Not one person talking about all the points. Now, I just want to go back to what Assis Batopa did say. He said there is no pipeline. If to say diaspora Liberians are disconnected from what's in this country now, even if you were to come to Liberia today, okay, I've been in the country for almost a month now. I'll be here for another month and a half based on what I'm doing. Since I've been home, I have 42 people working every single day since I've been home here. This is addition to the country, but when you come to the country, other people view you differently. Why should anybody take that risk when they come to the country, for example, not placing blame, Mr. Jackson, where they say, well, you came to the country because there's an inauguration and you want jobs. Some people don't want to go through that. Why should a Liberian put themselves through that if they don't have to, Mr. Jackson?
Before Dwalu, is it possible that we are also not highlighting people like you? You know, there are a lot of Liberians who are creating jobs and have small businesses in the country, but they are not being highlighted. They are not been, we don't hear about them. I think what we tend to hear about is, and what's flood the Facebook page or social media page, it is the people who are traveling to Liberia for maybe inauguration or jobs. So maybe if we get more of you, Dwalu, like more commentary from you, more pictures of you, more government focus of people like you who are in the country to do business, but and uplift Liberians, hire Liberians, maybe have good stories. Rebranding would be a part of what we need to do.
Mr. Jackson.
So, Dwalu, there's only one way that you can showcase Liberian talent in the diaspora is by having a credible media outlet like a magazine, yes, a newspaper, or some sort of an outlet. Liberians don't create those kind of avenues because we for some reason we don't like each other. And if you start to promote one person, then it becomes. But all nationalities, if you go to Nigeria, they have their magazines that promote their industrialists, promote their business people, and promote. It's like a Nigerian quarterly business magazine, all kinds of media things. You go to Ghana, you see the Ghana media, they spotlight the citizens local in the diaspora. Liberians don't even have that. We don't even have that outlet to showcase our talent. I don't want to boast, but in my own family, My first group of children are all millionaires, 2 lawyers and a doctor from my first wife. Now, if you had a way to showcase the talents of those children and other members of my cousins, my other family, there's some of them are like a senior vice president, JP Morgan Chase. And Francine, you know our children, how well they do in the United States. If we showcase that talent, if we attract their income, we attract their investment, we attract their brains, but it has to be done institutionally. The government has to be there. There has to be an Office of Diaspora Affairs in Liberia. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I also think it has to be on the agenda of all these ambassadors that they are appointed or may appoint. It has to be the embassy in Washington, D.C. cannot just be for us getting visa to go back home. They have to have some kind of relationship with the people in the diaspora, and that including selling our country, rebranding our country to allow us to be able to go home. There have to be some kind of mechanism, some kind of attraction.
I agree, Dr. Francine. Look, I've been saying this for years. People in the diaspora hold a great position to the transformation of this country. And Brother Jackson is right. We are not organizing better. I've said it a million times. Now, my brother here, Domso, I believe Sekou Domso say, well, we should speak to the dishonesty of Liberians here in Liberia. Look, I don't focus on that. There's a reason why. The reason why most Liberians here are dishonest because they are not consequence for whatever crimes they may commit against other people who bring business to the country. The system is locked in so many ways. This is why we keep talking about the leadership putting money in the right places and being very forceful about the issue of governance. Brother Jackson, let me come to you and ask you this question. Do you believe the competence or the pipeline does exist for Liberian professionals to transform this country, or we are just looking to the same people over and over, and we know they are not going to produce, but because they have connections to the power that be, we just maintain them to the detriment of this country?
Absolutely. The way the Liberia is structured is basically on cliques, party affiliation, and friendship. That's just the bottom line. Dwalo, and I don't want to make this about me. One of the reasons why I don't even want to do a government job or even go near any government in the last 20 years or so, even though I'm going to work I'm going to work 3.5 years with the government, but it's not about me. Get people at my scale level or higher. If I have a big mouth and St. Dashing talks too much and he's a very difficult soul to get along with, that's fine. I can understand that. But it's not about me. But there are others who are quiet, who are professional, who have the ability to change things in the country. Go and recruit them. The first thing you need, Dwalo and Dr. Francine, is a database. A Liberian LinkedIn. Go to LinkedIn and go to see the people in my connection. I got over 1,000 Liberians in my connection. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, professors, and Francine, you're not the only Liberian professor in the United States. There are thousands of Liberian professors. Yes, okay. I'm not the only Liberian economist and investment banker. There are hundreds. There are like hundreds of doctors, hundreds of engineers, business owners. Liberians have done extremely well in the last 30 years. Those young people that left the refugee camps, went to Australia, went to Norway, went to the United States, and went to different parts in Europe, they built capital. They have networks. They can build Liberia. That is the only way Liberia can be built. The people in the country don't have the income, they don't have the technology, they don't have all of that. So how is it? We need to bridge that. So the people in the country with the domestic people don't feel that we are coming to take something away from them. They have to feel like this is a matter of collaboration between the diaspora and the domestic people. And we just need to basically use the private sector, the public sector as a means of coordination and attraction for Liberians in the diaspora to come and rebuild our country. Other than that, we're not going to see any significant development. We'll do this piecemeal, 1 or 2% growth rate, build a bridge here, build a road here. But totally integrated, dynamic approach to economic development that sees the building of wealth moving to a middle-income country and building prosperity, it has to be coordinated.
So I have to leave, but my question to you, Dwalu, and to Mr. Jackson is one solution that you have provided, Mr. Jackson, is that the government has to create some sort of office of diaspora affairs, and that office primary responsibility will be bridging the gap between the two Liberians who are in Liberia and Liberians who are outside of Liberia. What other ways that we can do this? I mean, you talk about the financial contribution, which money walks, basically money speaks. And you know, and then we have to explore other ways. I mean, a systematic way of doing things, you know, a systematic way of having volunteers go to our country, a systematic way of organizing like how the Ghanaians have done. They have leveraged on this return to Ghana on the diaspora community, something that we Liberians can have done, because Liberia, and I often say Liberia is like the Israel of the Middle East. You know, Liberia was founded to send the free blacks, the free black slaves of the United States back to Liberia. So those people, a lot of times, they're looking for ways to connect to Liberia, to Africa, to their culture, and we have not leveraged on that yet. Even if we want to move forward to even going back to the Liberians themselves, and another layer would be the African Americans in this country. But guys, I gotta go. I wish you guys a wonderful show and enjoy.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, Brother Jackson, if you remember during the inaugural speech, or I think it was there after, President Boyka did say something. He said, well, we are going to partner, come up with a plan to have a collaboration with those in the diaspora. I firmly believe, and I know you believe this as well, the only way we can birth this true private sector in this country, that's if the government initiates some form of direct institutional policy that targets diaspora Liberians' investment into this country, protect it, guard it, and make sure people are willing and confident to bring the money into this country. What do you say to that, Mr. Jackson?
So you have to marry the speech, the written words, to being proactive about that. Let's set up institutions. Institutions that, first of all, number one, database. Let's get a Liberian database. That's on the domestic front. Get a database of all Liberian professionals all around the world. The second thing is the diaspora itself. Okay? Liberian professionals are afraid of Liberian organizations because they are mostly political in nature. Anytime you go to a Liberian community organization, it is when you go, I mean, and I'm sure what you've seen, because even though I've not been part of any Liberian community organization for so many years, but when I was part of Liberian community organizations, it was all about politics. We have to take the politics out of the Liberian community organizations. The Liberian community organizations have to use a means of attraction for providing services to Liberians in their communities.
Correct.
You have the elderly, you have the disabled, you have young people. All of them need Liberian professionals to guide them, to promote them. And the only way you can do that, you have the Liberian community organization that is responsible to the needs of their community. So once you start developing that, then you have an integrated approach now to Liberian investments, Liberian diaspora investments in Liberia. Dwalu,
thank you.
If you have 50,000 Liberians, and they give $1,000 each, that's $50 million. That's $50 million. And if you go to 100,000, that's $100 million. $100 million, $50 million can start any meaningful project in Liberia to
I agree.
employ a lot of people. But there is no organization, there is no systemic approach to that, and there is not an integrated approach between the Liberians in Liberia and the Liberians in the diaspora. But we all have to wake up to the potential of developing our country by being organized and institutionalized in our efforts.
Thank you. Mehmet, welcome to the show. Stanton, welcome to the show. We are discussing this issue. We're going to pass it, but I want Mehmet to chime in on this. Mehmet, there is a massive disconnect between us in the diaspora and those of our brothers back home. I'm a firm believer that if we are going to birth a private sector in this country, there must be an active diaspora involvement. This is my biggest dream. Even when I had the opportunity to speak to the president before he became president, the issue was, if we do not create jobs in this country for the young people, it doesn't matter what Honorable Baka does, what President Baka does, he's not going to succeed. How do you charm into that, Mr. Ramza?
Yeah, I listened to, when I was coming on the show, I listened to Mr. Jackson talk about creating offices. I mean, those are all good ideas. I just think we should look at it more inward than looking at it as a government responsibility. Yes, the government has a role to play. What stopped individual Liberians from putting heads together to put resources together, identify business opportunity to go and invest in their country? The government doesn't need to create the office of diaspora to do that. I think the culture of partnership, trust, and collaboration has now been developed in the psyche of Liberians, or to the extent that we need it. I know there are a couple of cooperations and collaborations with few individuals across the place, that's fair to say, but to the extent that we need it to begin to have roots on the ground, like Mr. Jackson pointed out, raising $500 million just to paying $500. That culture of trust, collaboration, to get to that point have not been there. And you don't need a government office to do that. You only need a group of Liberians who believe they can do it, put together idea, and trust must be there. There has been historical precedent. There have been incidences of how Liberians came together and other people, crook them, misled them. But that should not be the reason why you should not come together. I think it should serve as a reason why you already know what can happen. You know what can lead to people crooking people, and you can put in place safeguards to prevent it. But each time when we discuss these things and we push it back on government need to create office, government need to do this, then we lose the ball. I think let's talk about ourselves. How do we identify each other? You can start 10, go 15, 20, 100, 200, and the number goes up. Without government, you can do it.
Thank you. Stanton, since Glennie, welcome to the show. I'm going to send it over to you to take control.
No, but I mean, you again, hi to all. I think you are doing extremely well. I don't know about this organization you try to establish here on Spoon. I don't think it will work. But we can start with ourselves. I would just listen. I'm a very, very practical individual. We had this conversation before Duado. It's very unique. Like Uncle Sam said, bring 100 people up, 100 every month, just 100 every month. Or you bring it down to 50, it's like the old days susu. But then if you bring up 100 individuals and everyone pay $100, what would you do with that money? Just as a tryout. And I agree with my man. Why should this be on the government? Why not us? Why not us taking the responsibility and hiring more Liberians? Why not us taking that? So I'm supporting your ideas, and a lot of people appreciate you the other day when you said this. And I hope we can just talk in the back. And you have Sam Jackson, the man from LSE. You have Duadu. You have folks here that will want to contribute $100 a month, 100 individuals. Let's see what we're going to do. Will we use that money for us to do something? And that's me. Duadu, I will end on this one. I really, really, really believe deep down in my blood, I don't want to work for government. I think we can empower the government from the outside. And I think you should try it, Duadu. You have the platform. People listen to us all over. I think we should work on it.
Stanton, the idea about the private sector, and Mehmet mentioned that, like I said, it takes out about 3 years, the Liberia $1 billion challenge, everything he spoke about. I firmly believe the private sector is the truest way to truly transform this country. Now, I think Mehmet is a little wrong when he thinks government would not be involved, it's going to work. We have a society that is almost entirely controlled by the government. If that environment is not promoted by the government, it doesn't matter how much money you raise, it has to be protected. Look, the platform that I set up to raise the $1 billion, because I'm in America, it has to be regulated under FEC's control. So everything has been set up. but I don't want to collect a dime from anybody until I get some assurances from the Liberian government, because this has been an American entity trying to invest into Liberia. Because one thing that I continue to push, if jobs are not created in this country for young people, it doesn't matter what we do, we are not going to develop. No job. Can't see the way the country is looking. I don't care about these appointments. I care about, let's set up some factories. Honorable Baka spoke about this. Put $10 million into the budget every year. Let entrepreneurs, true entrepreneurs, come to the country. Let's take some risks in Wapolu County. Let's take some real risks in Lupa and create some real jobs here for our people. That's the only dream that I have for this country.
So everybody support your ideas. You know, it would be good if you ask Glendy, Mr. Doe, Sam Jackson. We all will be in the back. We are how many in our chat room? We may be 16. The chat room, everybody, just try with us before you get out there. Can we do $100 every 2 weeks? And let's see what we do with it. Just share the ideas with us. Can we all sign on that new, create an MOU, sign on that LLC? Let's start with us. And then we help the government to hire more folks. I mean, listen, the only person I think shouldn't be part of this thing that I should do. They created TVET. We don't know what TVET is today. All right. And brother, I think you believe me that Asido shouldn't be part of this thing, because right now he has no job. Where Asido will take $100 for a month. Anyway.
So, Stanton.
Yeah.
Let me just react to what my good and kind brother Mame said, and I think I need for him to understand. I'm not asking for government to be the lead. I'm asking for government to be a facilitator, because in the literature that I have researched in terms of diaspora involvement in economies, Stanton, the Chinese miracle since 1976, when the Chinese decided to liberalize the economy, it came from the investments came from the Chinese in the diaspora. Yes. Malaysia, it came from the Malaysians in the diaspora. Ethiopia, in terms of the raising diaspora funds, bond funds for projects in Ethiopia. The Ghanaians, in terms of the real estate market that is booming in there. I know a friend of mine, Kofi Anku from Cleveland, Ohio. He brought in Cheryl Mills, who was Bill Clinton's lawyer. They have the Kofi Aid project in Ghana. And because I'm Fanti, I'm aware of that, because a lot of Ghanaians from all over the world, I have a cousin, Nash. Go to Google Loyalty Hotel in Ghana. I have other cousins that came from Germany. They brought 50 to 100 trucks, and they're employing Ghanaians. And the thing is Ghanaian economic empowerment and Liberian economic empowerment. Liberian economic empowerment has to follow basically case studies from other countries, how they did it. Do not reinvent the wheel. If you want for Liberians in the United States and outside other countries to participate, the government has to send a clear and unambiguous signal that is willing to cooperate with the best and the brightest and the richest. Stanton, home equity. We have the highest home value, billions of dollars in home equity.
Right, so, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, let me cut you off. It's important that I cut you off, Mr. Jackson. We have list of appointment that was just published today that we need to discuss, and I think some, we have come around with these names. It's official since it's on. Can you mute yourself, Mr. Jackson? Yeah, your feedback is not serving you right. Thank you. Or maybe it's from the studio, probably. But we have lists of appointments, and it's on the website. Since it's on the Executive Mansion website, we can announce it because we try to not to be ahead of them, but we should announce it, which is important for the sake of our audience. And these appointments pending confirmation, well, most of them. So let's have the conversation today. Let's start with them, and then we see what is why. Our next conversation for today will be going through the LDC factor as well. What's happening with LDC information we have gathered. This appointment, as you can see, have included most of the young folks that some of us been advocating for. Folks like Mo Ali, we are about to share with you. And we hope that we can have a time to discuss it. I really want to hear from Eduardo on this. So that's why I'm interrupting you, Mr. Sam Jackson. It's nothing personal to interrupt you, but these are information that just coming through the wire. And once it's on Facebook, we should discuss it. Folks, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We can announce today that on this list, where you have Stephen Johnson, Mo Ali, Daniel Sano, and the rest of them, it is important for us to know that let's discuss them. Let's discuss them. Let's discuss this list. There you have it. Today is the 7th. It was signed by Kula Bonania Fufana. And it will be interesting for us to have a full-fledged discussion on it. I know you guys are reading it though. While you coming to give your intro, I want you to take a piece. You have 17 names. 17 names. We ask the audience. We are to a place now that the new appointments are moving faster, and it's a good thing. Let's read it. My phone refusing to rotate. I don't know why. But folks, if you're just joining us, we want to say the Office of the President through the Press Secretary, Kula Fufana, is all on Facebook. So we are not ahead of them. But for immediate release, President Joseph Yima Boakai makes new appointment in government. Today, the 7th of February. The President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yima Boakai Sr., has nominated additional officer to a position in government affecting, let me read it from here, folks. This is what you do with age. You can ask Mr. Jackson, but he got a better eyesight. Okay, affecting the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, the Liberia Civil Aviation Authority, the Liberia Agency for Community Empowerment, the Liberia Broadcasting Corporation, the National Oil Company of Liberia, Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, Commerce and Industry, State for Presidential Affairs, and the Office of the President. Those nominees are Mr. Mohammed Ali, Managing Director, Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, LWSC. Mr. Jacob Smith, Deputy for Administration, Liberia Petroleum Refinery Corporation, LPRC. Mr. Stephen Johnson, Deputy for Administration, Liberia Civil Aviation Authority, LCAA. Mr. Julius K. Saleh, Executive Director, Liberia Agency for Community Empowerment, LACE. Mr. Anthony V. Cassidy, Deputy Minister for Public Affairs. Mr. Daniel Sando, Deputy Minister for Technical Services, Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, MICA. Mrs. Masa Sobo, Assistant Minister for Human Resource, Ministry of State. Mr. Eugene L. Fagon, Director General, Liberia Broadcasting System. Mr. Sajonin, Senior Economic Advisor, Minister of State. Ms. Roslyn Swakoko Dennis, President, Chief Executive Officer, National Oil Company, NOCAL. Mr. Charles A. Snyder, Ambassador at Large, Minister of State. Mr. Emmanuel Azango, First Vice President, Finance and Investment, NOCAL. Attorney George K. Sa, Assistant Minister for Public Affairs, Minister of State. Mr. Duard Cooper, Inspector General, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Ambassador George Wallace, Advisor, Foreign Affairs, Minister of State. Mrs. Louis Tamba, Business Manager, Ministry of State. Councilor Bushben Keita, Legal Advisor, Ministry of State. These nominations were applicable as subject to confirmation by the Liberia Senate, signed Kula Bona Niat Fufana, Presidential Press Secretary. We have 17 names, 17 new appointments. There you have it. I want to say to everyone, we're going to discuss this. It will be in our first segment. Let's discuss it and let's exactly see where we are with these new appointments. Let me come to you, my brother. I'm going to take it down. A lot of folks have it already. I'm going to take it down. It's on the Executive Mansion website, so it's nothing new here. Please, like so many people want to say, oh, we didn't see it. It is there. It's on the Executive Mansion website. So, Mr. Dwalu, new appointments. Some guys we know, few of our colleagues here and on other network. Talk to us.
I think the engine is revving up. The appointments so far, I think they're great appointments. First, I want to congratulate my brother Stephen Johnson, Mo Ali, and even Fagan as well. The appointments are coming through. I think Honorable Boyka is recognizing that those people that play a crucial role in these elections should also be accounted for in this government. I think this batch of appointments kind of speaks to that. So I think they are mostly good, all of them. I don't have a few that I have to go through the list again that I would disagree with, but overall, it's a good appointment. It's a good batch.
Thank you very much, Dadu. Mame?
I wish them well. Some of them personally know. I mean, I trust their ability. I will be surprised if they don't perform. I'll be surprised if they don't deliver. I mean, I can go to bed sleeping with, I'm doubting that Steve Johnson, Daniel Sando, Mo Ali. I mean, most of the people on the list are people I know. I mean, Eugene Fagon, we really, really wish him well in his managerial role at LBS. Generally, I would just say we wish them well. We hope the Senate can do due diligence and make sure that they pass through the confirmation process, meeting all the requirements to go and serve their country.
Thank you. Sam?
Well, let's say I'm moderately pleased, you know. It shows people with party loyalty getting jobs, which is good, and some of them are eminently qualified. And so this is not a controversial list of people who have been appointed. I think it's going to go down well with the public. Like I keep reminding you all, I want Joe Boyka to succeed, and if he succeeds and give us an environment where the economy, has all of the requisites to bring in investments, to increase aggregate demand, to increase production, and all of that, it will be good. But I don't have any significant problem, like one or two people, but I don't wish to be controversial today by raining on the parade of one or two people on the list. So for the sake of peace, I'll basically say that overall, it's a solid list of appointment, and then we go forward because we need to collaborate. We need to have peace, and this doesn't really undermine any of any of the values of the country. So congratulations to all of them. I wish them well, and God bless them.
Thank you, former Deputy Minister Isaac Doe.
Yeah, CEO, thank you so much, and hi to everyone. It's glad to be back here. On the appointments, I mean, congratulations to the folks. Glad to see some of our friends, Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson. Congratulations, guys. We know you will do the best you can in your power, and we wish you success. I would just hope to see more and more of those folks that actually stood by the president, Lasana, Passawe, and all the folks. Congratulations. Nothing much to add, but just to wish them well.
Again, having said this, I will put the list up. If you're just joining us, again, the president, Jose Yima Boyka, have made additional appointments, 17 folks that we know, folks that you have seen and you will see all the time, folks that like everybody on the list, I probably have spoken to them, and I think the rescue train, the alliance, I think they are coming together, so to speak. And I think a lot of people are pleased with these new appointments. So it was just about time to give President Jose Yima Boyka. Let me put the list up again. And I strongly believe there will be nothing to stop their confirmation. I mean, I'm just talking about me. I strongly believe there will be nothing to stop the confirmation, because if you confirm one, you should just confirm them all. Okay, so like Sam Jackson said, we do not want to be on the other side of politics, so we keep to the conversation. But the name Muhammad Ali, we know Muhammad Ali, Mo Ali, served as Secretary General for Unity Party, Vice Presidential Policy advisor to the office of the Vice President at the time, and the standard bearer. Mo Ali will be going to Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, a very, very unique place. Some of you that know this area and know Mo Ali experience working under the first UP government under Madam Salif, you know, he's actually qualified for this position, and I believe that he will do well. We talk about Jacob Smith. Jacob Smith, one of those that came by way of the Liberty Party. All right, if we have to just go that line, now he will be Deputy for Administration, Liberia Petroleum Refinery Corporation, LPRC. The last time we said, well, what happened? Why the Liberty Party people so quiet? Again, patient. But who else here? Zizo, Stephen Johnson, Deputy for Administration, Liberia Civil Aviation Authority, LCAA. And you can't get any better if you have Stephen Johnson. Stephen Johnson, you all know him. He will have to exercise that which is right for the country and do justice for the people of Liberia. We got Judas Silly. I believe I spoke to him one. I really don't know him too well. I don't know which political party he's from, whether it's Liberty Party or CDC. Of Unity Party. But he's a nice gentleman. A lot of people spoke well of Jacob. Julius, excuse me. He will be Liberal Agency for Community Empowerment Lays. And I think he will be replacing the man with the gun that have turned the gun over today, Percy Yeke. Am I correct? I think that's where Percy Yeke came from. So he will be replacing Percy Yeke. Anthony V. Kessley, our own papi, Deputy Minister for Public Affairs. He been with Jose Iman Boaga and Charlie Quinta. So no question. And he really qualified for the position. Our boy Daniel Sando. Daniel been working with Yombly all through the time, Liberty Party guy. Served Yombly very well as senator, continued with her pro tem as when she ran and when she left Liberty Party under those conditions. Daniel Sano was one of those that stood with her through taking thing, and he's qualified though. He got credential to prove. So I believe Daniel Sano will serve well, Minister for Technical Services, Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism. Now, Daniel Sano boss is Jerry Limit Pierre, who is the minister proper. So their combination will be unique. Let's talk about Masa Sobo, Assistant Minister in Human Resources, Minister of State. She's right in the mansion. But who else? Eugene Lamy Fagon, Director General Liberia Broadcasting System. Oh my God. Everybody that will work on Eugene, I feel sorry for them. I wish them well. I feel sorry for them, but I wish them well. The brother know to talk, and that's the best place he can go because he got tautology in degree. But I'm happy for brother Eugene. I'm so happy. Everyone, I'm so glad that at least the fight continue. Sir Johnny, man, that's his thing. That's what he does best. If you know Sir Johnny from Rhode Island, you know who he is. Senior Economic Advisor, Minister of State. Now, number 10, Roslyn Swakoko Dennis. No sedition should come on the show and say Joseph Boaga didn't bring in a CDC. That's where I want us to go. No one sedition should come and say Joseph Boaga left CDC out. Because we know Swakoko Dennis, if that mistake I say, please tell me. District number 4, Swakoko Dennis, she a sedition but straight shooter, and giving her the position to replace Safua Gray at NOCAL, CEO and president for NOCAL. That's big. I want to pause here and ask you guys. I mean, you can say that, well, she came from another political party, but she was all into CDC. She did the CDC bidding. And she's a straight shooter. She speaks well. She's educated. She can disagree with me. That business. That's why he's sweating in his own house, because he disagreed with me. But I mean, my conversation with Swakoko Dennis, I think she would do better in this position. I think she's a unique individual. She ran, she didn't win, but she's a loyal individual also. And I respect her. I think she will do better. If you remember the famous saying, you see a woman, you take her try, say, it came from Swakoko. When she and George Solomon George were doing the thing, and you know, about that something at the legislature. It came on Swakoko, we brought her on the show. She spoke well, she defended her position. So I respect Swakoko, she would do better. Who else? Charles Netter, Ambassador at Large, Minister of State. Charlie is the man. Emmanuel Zango from Liberty Party, the man that fought, the man that stood. You know, Emmanuel Zango, he will be the Vice President, Finance and Investment local. He's going along with Swakoko Dennis. George Sa is another good person, Minister of Public Affairs, Minister of State. They all stay in the mansion. You got Mr. Dord Cooper, Inspector General. I don't know this person. Maybe that's the only person I've never heard of. Ambassador George Wattis, great. Mrs. Louis Tamba. We all know Louis Tamba. A very, very quiet, disciplined lady. And for her to serve as business manager, Minister of State, I love it. I love it, no doubt. She will perform well. And Councilor Bushban Keita, legal advisor, Minister of State. This is a unique list. Say your own. If you want to just pass over it, that's fine. I think with the exception of Cooper, Mr. Dord Cooper, I think the 16 of them, I do believe that I have spoken to them and I know them some way, somehow. And again, kudos to the president for bringing out this kind of list that the people so admire. Glenny, you were off when the guy spoke. What say you?
Well, I think it's a good list. I mean, having just you hearing it, I'm excited about Swakoko. I like her spirit. She's a well-balanced woman. I think she will do well. And I like that a woman replaced a woman. So we'll see the difference and be able to compare. So I'm happy that all of the hard working, not everybody, but most of them now have been given something to do. Looking forward to seeing what Mo Ali will do at Water and Sewage Company. So congratulations to all of them, and of course to my brother Eugene Fagon going to ELBC. We'll see what's going to be done there. We're looking to see what changes, how he will improve the place, communication, working with other journalists, making sure that they do balanced reporting at ELBC. It can't just be only a government station, but we'll be looking for the balance. So kudos and congratulations to everybody so far. Now we see that we're seeing more nominees, so we're upbeat about it, and I think we're watching.
Thank you very much. Folks, if you have anything else to say, you can do your intro. This list just came on and we had to discuss it. But meanwhile today, we just want you to understand, I'm sharing with you the cluster information from the cluster report that include the petroleum, especially LPRC. We dived into LPRC a little bit yesterday, but I think you should read it. Let's talk more about LPRC. Now these appointments are up. What do you expect from these guys? Young men. You can put this down on Jose Imabwaka again. Young man. So let's do it. Mr. Duadu, you got a few more minutes with us. You take the lead.
No, I mean the only thing I got about that list right now, I didn't see my brother George Preston Lobo name on it, but maybe George is being kept for the final hours. But I believe my boy name will come by, and also Fatima Benu Shabib. That name was not seen as well. Cole Gano. But the list is fine. It's a good list, and I think these young people, they have something to show this country that if we're going to take over to some extent, they have to hone their skills. Let's see how well they can hone that skill to deliver to the country. It's all about delivery. I was coming into the show this afternoon, and there was an old guy sitting at the gate, and he was talking to another old guy. He did say, listen, job in government is not just about you. Your job is to make sure you deliver to the people that are out there so it can be reflected in their lives. And this is their task, is to make sure their leadership or whatever they do at their entity, be it water and sewer or the information ministry, whether their direction or their management will impact the regular person. And that's the measure that I go by. Hopefully these guys can deliver. Hopefully they can deliver. Stenson.
Mama, you want to come in? Oh, little mommy had technical problem. Isidore, you want to come in, please?
Yeah, sure. I really want to. You know, CEO, we all have decided not to bring any controversy here, you know, to have the young folks enjoy their appointments. But like I've always said, some people somehow we always want to go to comparison. And I know you said something that I want to correct, CEO, that is not true. His Excellency the President has not appointed any person that have not supported him during the campaign. And so we've taken his appointments so far to be only those who supported him. I know you're talking about Swakoko. Maybe you are mistaken. Swakoko actually supported Mr. Boakai, and I have not seen any single person from the president, from CDC, or from any party that been supporting. Now, let me just end on this. I know you always want to bring it in when we say, you say, oh, you go back to the CDC, but we always have to be able to provide a right record. In 2017, the running mate to Mr. Boakai was Mr. Nukwe, who is now the senator for Magidi. He was appointed by President Weah to be the managing director at LAA. In 2017, the running mate to the ANC, Mr. Cummins, who did not support President Weah, is Mr. Solente. Mr. Solente was an ambassador. In 2017, the running mate to LP was Mr. Dopo. Mr. Dopo was at Ministry of Education. In 2017, the running mate to ANC, I talked about it, ALP, Mr. Dopo, and of course, LP was Mr. Harrison Conway. Harrison Conway was a board member. So you cannot, again, compare what CDC did to what is going on. I will always ask that we keep discussing what is at hand today, because whenever we want to compare some of us from that party, from that administration that feels so proud, we'll always provide correction to the record. And I just wanted to add this there.
So you finished? For now? Okay. I believe you finished for now. Thank you. Mr. Sam Jackson?
No, I already made my point. I mean,
yeah, you spoke on this thing, Mr. Jackson. You're right. You spoke on it. But let me say to Asa, man. Asa, you're going to cry for 6 years, man. I mean, you're going to cry us a river for 6 years. Seriously. Just get ready. I don't know where you're coming from, but it can be the Bushel Island. How you call that river? Is that river the Vatan? Why the river name? When I forget our own Do River, when I forget our own like civic or history. I mean, start crying. Start crying. Some kind of river. Start crying, bro. Seriously. Because you know why? On whether the employed person we are, you will still cry. So listen, what just happened? These names, and the Cooper gentleman, I think he served as superintendent in Nimba, or he was serving in Nimba, so I heard about him. Someone just reminded me. But Swakoko, actually, she's a beautiful woman, whether she's from ALP or CDC or WebP. Listen, she's unique, and I think that she will serve well. Okay, let me say this to you, Isaac. Continue to cry. We will give you the chance. You will cry. I have asked everyone. I have asked Glendy and Fatima not to attack you. I beg them not to attack you. I beg them not to even hold you when you made a mistake. Because for 6 years,
they don't attack me.
For 6 years, we will punish you. We'll punish you on the show. We just gave you nothing but the truth, and it will hurt you. Fatima, welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you to everyone. My nephew, Duadu.
How you doing, Mama?
Thank you to all of the viewers around the world. Thank you for coming.
Duadu, that's a real nephew.
Hey, ba, you don't want to. She's so lovely, Fatima.
Thank you. To everyone, to all of the viewers around the world, we just say thank you for coming here to get firsthand information, vital information, straight from the horse's mouth in Liberia. So we thank you guys for coming, for joining the Spoon Network. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So let's get into the conversation. What's on? Yes, Mama. Yes,
Sylvester Grispe was not from Boycott Scam. Came from ANC. Correction.
Who?
So it's not only Boycott.
Don't say nothing. I said don't say nothing.
I just corrected you.
She didn't call your name. She called my name. What was your question? What was your question, Glendy?
No, I'm saying Sylvester Grispe is not from Boycott Scam. He was not supporting Boycott. He supported ANC. Correction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But it's Sylvester Grispe, we know he served under Madame Salif. He worked with Joseph Boakai for all these years. So indirectly, he was from Boakai camp. That's how I would say it. I know he supported comments in this. I know he supported comments in this.
The attack is a strong word. We don't attack people here.
But hold on now. Let's do it one at a time. Hold on. Don't start jumping and interrupting us. Don't interrupt us, Glenny. Don't interrupt us. We'll do it one at a time. So I think at the end of the day, you can say that he's not, but I believe that Sylvester Great Spirit was a Unity Party man, and I think he's loyal to Joseph Boakai. But again, there you go. 6 years the man working government, you can get internet. Nice internet going up. Let's go ahead real quick. Mame, I just shared the how you call it, the LDC cluster report with you guys too. You guys, it's in the chat room, and everybody seeing it in the chat room. It's very, very deep. You guys saw it?
We're good.
Is it there? You saw it? No? All right, so Mami, what you want to tell us about LDC? Let's start from that front first.
President Boakai, it's not just about LEC. We come to LEC as a subcomponent, but it's at a point where he needs to take full control of certain things, especially the structuring of his administration. And there are key institutions that at this point in time, you should have people presiding over. To leave them empty, to leave them with uncertainty is not safe. The president released a statement calling on people who allegedly stealing government vehicle to bring them back. Press release cannot address theft. Press release doesn't make people afraid, criminals. The GSA doesn't have a director. That is the solution, Mr. President. Appoint somebody there to go and safeguard the asset. The press release will not do it. Press release doesn't make criminals afraid. The second thing is with the LEC. The presidential order says as at midnight after inauguration, all appointees who are not in tenured position should consider themselves dismissed, and the most senior civil servants should take charge until a new head can be appointed by the new president. LEC position is not a tenured position. MD for NPA left in accordance with that presidential order. LPRC, NUCA, and all the other entities, they left. Why is the managing director of the LEC still holding on? If President Boakai wants him to be, that's a corporation you're running. If President Boakai wants him to be the head or the officer in charge, it is only appropriate to announce him. But to leave it vacant and have somebody acting arbitrarily and have somebody acting outside of the law is wrong. Mr. Captain is not a tenured official. For himself and his reputation is wrong with all he did to be sitting in a position in violation of a presidential order, in violation of the transitional order is wrong. The president cannot allow LEC to not have a leader at this point in time. Look at electricity in the country. Those are not places you leave open. Every sector that have direct impact on the people, when you take over, you make sure you align it such that the people don't feel bad. For example, water, transportation, gasoline. Those are things that people feel directly. Electricity, and all the other things, food stuff, commerce and trade. You don't leave those places open. You don't leave those places vague. The presidential order said, after inauguration midnight, leave if you are not a tenured official. All the other MDs left. Mr. Katan is still presiding at LEC. If the president wants him, announce him. If you don't want him, announce a leader. He's signing checks illegally. He entering into agreement illegally. It's wrong. But there are consequences for all those things that are happening. And we can go into those consequences. So I don't spend all my time talking about the wrong and illegal presence of Mr. Captain at LEC. If the president wants him, that's the president's judgment. Announce him. Fine. believe in the president's judgment, we work with him. If you don't want to announce him, announce another person. But you cannot have an entity like LEC having arbitrary leader, having vacuum of leadership is wrong. GSA, you writing press release telling criminals to bring cars back, they will not do it. Appoint somebody there to go and protect government assets. The people are stealing. It will cost you a whole lot. Appoint somebody there. Press release can threaten criminals.
Nope.
You can safeguard assets.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. The reason why we are discussing LEC because it's big, it's deep, and we need to go into it seriously. I hope Isaac can come back. He having some technical issue because we need to balance this conversation. And Mohammed, I strongly agree with you. We need to hear from Money Captain, or we need to hear from the government. Was Money Captain not one of those George Manning we are asked to step down and turn everything over 12 noon? January 2022, 2022 and 24. Did somebody ask Money Captain to remain on the job? I'm kind of confused. So before I leave you, let me ask you my question that you're asking everyone tonight. Why is he still on the job?
I mean, I can imagine how at this level, Mr. Captain will violate presidential orders and President Boubacar will not take action. What's happening between there, I don't know. I'm only concerned that this is a corporation. It's working with partners. It's working with people. It has bearing on the livelihood of ordinary Liberians. Current go off, current count on, current go off, current count on. Who's the head of LEC?
Can I ask a question, please?
No, we'll come in. Uncle Sam, we'll come to you. I beg you. Let's do this thing easily and quietly because it's too deep. I'm kind of confused. Glenny, Uncle Sam, can you mute? Because the feedback from you is not looking good, but we'll come to you, sir. Glenny, it's not my feedback for everyone, Glenny. The letter was open for everyone. Why is it that Money Captain is an exception?
I don't know. I mean, I agree with what Mama is saying. I don't know why he should be an exception. And I don't think, and I also, it shouldn't be that VP Boyka and his team don't know that we still have people in positions that shouldn't be there. Because this is the thing, had he left, based on what President we are instructed, then they were going to be forced to put somebody in a position, and who knows?
Officer in charge.
Yes, they would have put, or the deputy would have stepped up.
Correct.
But to have him there is almost like holding, and I don't want to use words that would make it sound like I'm being negative, but it's almost like he's holding LEC hostage. If you were supposed to leave, you were instructed to leave.
Is he? I'm sorry, Glenn. Is he breaking the law here?
He is breaking the law.
Do you think? I'm just asking. Do you think somebody asking? Uncle Sam, we come to you. Let's I beg you, Uncle Sam.
Information, Stanton.
No, keep the information down, Uncle Sam. No, Uncle Sam, keep the information down. We are Uncle Sam, please don't interrupt. I'm begging you, sir. We'll come to you. You will have your time. Let me speculate, Uncle Sam, please. I'm begging you. All right, it will help me if I do. But Glenny, let me come back to you. I'm asking a question. I'm not suggesting. I'm asking a question, so it's not speculation. My question to Glenny: why is he there? Number one, is he breaking the law? Was there an exception on him? Those are my questions. I'm not speculating. I want to know, Glenny.
So the thing about it, unless we have something that is official from Joseph Boyka, the president, saying, I have allowed Money Captain to step into this position or to be interim until someone is appointed, Joseph Boyka and Money Captain are breaking the law. That's not what the law says. And there are other things too that you can, there's so many different things. The last 2 days I've been reading the executive law. There's so many things that they need to pay attention to because this is not right. What is being done, especially when President Weah said, as of this time, you're no longer in this position and his position is not tenure, he shouldn't be there. And I think the sooner they fix that, the better it's going to be.
Thank you. So, Uncle Sam, now we come to you. When I interrupt you, for you not to interrupt us.
Great. Have you thought about the possibility that Money Captain is a contractor, independent contractor with a contract with LEC? Have you thought about that? The reason why I'm saying this is because I did my master thesis on electricity in Liberia, and that was the structure that I saw there, where they brought in the Irish company, and they had a long-term contract, and Manitoba had a long-term, and then Manitoba already had a contract, a management contract. So is it possible that Money Captain has a management contract with the entity that is still valid? We need to investigate that. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say this?
Okay, I beg you, Mame. Just hold on 1 minute. So you and myself now, who's speculating, Uncle Sam?
Thank you.
I will
No,
ask
I'm
you
not
the same.
speculating.
No,
I know that
Uncle
he
Sam,
has-
hold on. No, Uncle Sam, hold on. Don't play this game with us. Because at least some of us stop to a level that we have what they call the common sense.
You know,
I was asking question, and you're now asking me to ask your question and telling me, have you thought? So be straight with us on the show, Uncle Sam. You cannot have a CDC way and have a Unity
I'm not a
Party way.
spokesperson for LEC.
No. I am not saying you're a spokesperson. We are having a general conversation. It's not about LDC. So tell us exactly what you know, but don't tell me, say, I'm speculating. Because I wasn't speculating. Okay?
Because
so what's the position? Is he on contract or is he not on contract?
I believe, and I'm not a spokesperson, and I don't speak definitively on anything, because when I was doing my thesis and I was interviewing people at LEC, I knew that there were management contracts given to Manitoba, and after that with the Irish company. And I believe that Mr. Money Captain may have a management contract with LEC. That's my belief.
So you are not sure. Mama, you want to say something before?
That's my belief.
You said may have. You said may have. You just said may have. Okay. So Mama, come in real quick, 30 seconds, and we'll go to Fatima.
Money Captain was appointed. Money Captain was on the board. And it's important to see this, Stanton. Just 1 minute, 30 seconds. It's important to see this. Money Captain was on the board of the LEC. The president asked them to restructure. The management contracting team that was there, the time expired, they left. Asked them to hire. They did the process, submitted name to the president. According to my information, the names were only Nigerian Ghanaians, and there were no Liberian. The president was not comfortable with that. So that's how Money, who was on the board, talked with his board colleague to ask the president to appoint him there. So the board appointed him Money. The appointment of Money doesn't change the structure and the legal framework under which the LEC has been operating. Not because they appoint him, so the entire legal structure under which the entity has been operating will automatically change. That's how he was appointed by the board. But the board on whose instruction, on whose letter he was appointed, is no longer existing because the tenure expired with the president's instruction. So on whose service is he working? When the board that appointed you is no longer seated. Uncle Sam, Mr. Captain was appointed by the board of the LEC. That appointment doesn't change the legal framework under which.
What if he has a long-term contract?
With who? With the government?
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Mr. Sam, Uncle Sam, one at a time, please. Let Mama finish. We have another 2 hours ahead of us. And I hope you take your pen and paper because we get an answer to your question you are asking. Mama, are you done?
No, he asked me a question whether he has a contract. The appointment of the role of the managing director of the LEC is not a contractual position between LEC and the person to be hired. The president authorizes the board appoints. That's one. What Money Captain did as per the contract they have with the World Bank was to ask the World Bank to pay him, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm saying the appointing authority, the legal structure under which LEC operates, did not end only because Money Captain was appointed. It still exists, it's still operational, and it's under the laws of Liberia. The president said everybody heading public corporation as of that time, after the end of the transition, should consider themselves out. If there is special arrangement, they can speak to that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And my thing is that we have the report. The report from the cluster is doing everything to help this discussion tonight. So I hope you have your time to just go over them quickly. Fatima?
I think I kind of agree with Mame. If he have special arrangements, then that can be looked into. And also some of the LEC people that I know that are family members of mine they actually have contracts with LEC. I know some of them personally. My two brothers, they are serving there, and they do have contracts. So I'm not sure, but if he doesn't have a contract and and he was supposed to be serving at the will and pleasure of the president, and the president actually told all of them to turn over, I think he should do the right thing and turn over. But I do agree with Mami to this one.
Thank you. Conor Great, welcome to the show, my brother. Talk to us. We are on LEC today.
Well, good day, everyone. I'm pretty sure if the World Bank is still paying the guy tab, it means it must be in a contractual position with the World Bank, not the Republic of Liberia per se. It's working on behalf of the Republic of Liberia, but through a contract secured with the World Bank. That's how we set up the SCS. We were being paid by the World Bank, working for Liberia, but our contracting party was the World Bank. So he's answerable to both, but he's more answerable to the World Bank. So if you ask me, I think I would say he's under contract. And it's not haphazard. Those things can go from anywhere from 3 to more years. So if the noise is that it should resign along with the outgoing administration, then I don't think it's fair enough to his contracting party. He has a contract until that is fulfilled.
Do you know that he have a contract, or you just saying it?
Well, you just said that he's been paid by the World Bank.
No, I didn't say it. I don't want us to speculate. Do you know that Money Captain is on a contract, or you just saying it?
If we can disprove that he's not being paid by the World Bank,
first of all, we have to establish whether he's on a contract before we disprove.
No, we have to establish whether he's being paid by the World Bank.
Let me confirm, Stanton. There are three different things we're saying here. There's a special project of the World Bank that the LEC is implementing. They call it, I think, LECP project. Money Captain is hired on that project as a project manager. Yeah. And a lot of things is even tricky. He's the CEO of LEC, at the same time hired as the project manager for the World Bank project.
Correct.
So that makes him a contracting party.
So the role of the managing CEO of LEC is not a contracting party. He's paid by a GOL loan. The money the World Bank is paying to him is a loan taken by the government of Liberia. It's not World Bank money. It's a loan.
So let's get something straight, Mame. Let's establish the fact, Money Captain. First of all, it will help with the discussion. I just don't want us to and I share the information with everyone. But let's just establish this first. It's in the chat room, Conor Gray. All right. Through the cluster, right? Is too deep. The line of the cluster through everything. I want people to understand this is what happened. Let's put this up for everybody to see. Mommy, you see what I just put up?
Correct.
Can you help us explain what you are seeing right there? When they say board, the LEC board is not fully constituted. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO. Who are they talking about?
Money Captain.
Money Captain. This is part of the recent cluster that was gathered. He was appointed. Listen, guys, let's stop this, small yama. He was appointed to this role by the board upon the expiration of the ESBI Management Services contract, and received a monthly salary of $17,500 honor the World Bank LESSAP, LESSAP. I want us to pause on this for a minute and now ask our folks, was he appointed or is he on a contract? Mr. Jackson.
So I want to reiterate, and I told you all very clear, that my understanding from my research was that Manitoba, the Canadian company, had a contract. It was taken away from them and given to this Irish company. When the Irish company, when their contract expired, the board decided to give Money Captain a management contract. And I believe that management contract, let me finish, don't shake your head, Mommy.
Nobody interrupted you. Yes. Go ahead.
I believe that management contract is still valid and enforceable. Money Captain is an extremely serious man. It's a man of moral integrity.
We are not saying anything contrary to that. Let's get back to whether he was on a contract.
You are saying that.
No, we are not.
Yes,
no, we are not. We are on Mr. Jackson. We are on the document. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, do not insinuate for me. We are going by document. Mr. Jackson, let me interrupt you. Allow me to, sir, please. We are going through this document. This is the most recent cluster report from the transitional team. I share it with you. How can you go contrary to what this document is saying? I am not talking about his moral character. I'm not talking about whether he's good, he's bad, or he's ugly. The question remains, and let's stick to the question and the answer. Is he on a contract by the LEC board, or was he appointed by George Manawia?
Okay.
As evidenced by the findings. Let me finish, Mr. Jackson. As evidenced by these findings that say Bo is on page 12 of the cluster report, that LEC board is not fully constituted. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO, who is Money Captain. He was appointed to this role.
Yes.
So then how can you go contrary to talk about, you trying to move the goalpost? Stick to this thing. Can you now defend whether he's appointed or he or this man is on a contract?
If you look at right under there, the chief operating officer, which is a foreigner, it clearly states the COO.
We are not talking about CEO. We are talking about the CEO. No, listen. Don't do this. No, do that on another network. Don't do this. We are not to the CFO yet. We are not to the COO yet. We are not to the DOINE going on yet. We are only to the CEO. Don't move the goalpost, sir.
The reason why I said you are casting aspersion on the moral character of Money Captain, because here is an assumption that is being made that Mr. Money Captain is playing a role of an interloper whose tenure or whose thing has expired, and he's carpet begging as CEO.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's what you're insinuating.
No, I'm not. I asked you a straight question, Mr. Jackson.
Yes,
is he on a Mr. Jackson? Is he on a contract? The rest of the thing I care about it.
I believe
so what the cluster report is saying, you disagree that he was appointed?
No, I'm not disagreeing with the cluster report. I'm providing amplification. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
The cluster report. Because you saying, and Mama said he should move from there because
I'm not Mama. We just asked two basic questions. No, Mr. Jackson, thank you very much.
You said
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson on Spoon Talk. Mr. Jackson on Spoon Talk. I'm the only person allowed to do the no, not you. Give it to me, let me do it. When I say no. So that's not your line, Mr. Jackson. Your line is not no. But mommy, let's get this thing straight. Let's stop the kidding. You know, that's my pop. I'm not going to get pressure from me thinking for us. Mommy is very clear, though. This man was appointed, right, Glenny?
I'm
very
sending
clear. It's
you.
part of the
I'm sending you.
report.
I'm sending you the mayor appointment by the president. I'm sending it to you.
I already shared in the chat.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
from Executive Mansion website.
Good.
When we
So-
were president, he was appointed.
So Mr.
2021.
Jackson yep, I bought it for you.
July
Mr.
7,
Jackson
2021.
trying to play this game and
He was
thinking that we are the
appointed.
bad guys. So we have established that he was appointed. Conor Gray, you want to add to it before we run and go to the? We got more to say on this thing. You're too laid back, Conor Gray. I want you to add to it. Now we are all convinced. We get the letter. I'm going to put it up. But talk to us, Conor Gray.
Well, let's see the letter, but I don't think we should belabor the issue. I know Money Captain. If he bears no legitimacy there, he would have been the first to leave. But there is something that is going on that we don't know about. We don't know
Let's speak to what we know. Let's speak to what we know. We know that he was appointed first of all.
The reason why you probably seeing him there is because there is something we don't know that exists in his contract. Money Captain.
He doesn't have a contract, and you went back to contract. It is clear within the cluster report. Please read the cluster report. Where you coming from a contract?
Well, what do you think he's there for?
He was appointed by the president. Man, are you with us, Conor Gray?
I know, my brother.
Did you read the cluster report?
I told you that the SES that we ran, the executive program we ran, it seemingly appeared like the president was appointing us, but our contractual party was the World Bank. That's who we held that contract with.
Thank you.
They paid us. In this case, who pay you is your boss, not the president.
No, I think you're wrong, sir. You're wrong,
but
sir.
that's it. If not
Yes,
the president,
no, that's not. No, that's not it. First of all, let's establish, Conor Gray, that we have shown you two evident reason why you must believe he was appointed by the president. It's rare within the cluster report, but there's the date, July 7, 2021. President Ware appoints Money Captain at LDC. It's very clear. Now we're going to show you the next report here. The cluster findings, page 12, recently done by the JPTT. The LDC board is not fully constituted. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO. He was appointed, Conor Gray. But I beg to leave you to move on to the next question. I beg to leave you. I beg to leave you, Conor Gray. Conor Gray, I beg to leave you. Conor Gray, I beg to leave you. We'll come back to you, Conor Gray.
The contract that paid him, can you show me that contract?
Conor Gray, I beg you. We'll come back to you. As explained here, management services contract and receive a monthly salary of $17,500 under the World Bank list. Now, I beg to leave you. Let me come to you, Mommy. Mommy, he doesn't have a contract, man. Come on. Mommy, talk to us. Contract where? So it means that you guys are not reading.
You know, the one that paid him.
We want to say, listen, the expiration of the ESBI management service contract, the expiration, read with comprehension, guys.
Yeah,
the expiration, listen, Conor Gray, stop. I beg you, listen. You can read. Read the next line and don't give us headache. No, the expert. No, listen now, but don't interrupt now, Conor Gray. The expiration of the ESBI management service contract, that thing is expired. This guy is receiving a monthly salary of $17,500 on a World Bank lift side. But Mommy, let me bring you in.
Yes.
I mean, to each his own. You can defend what you want to defend.
You see, Stanton, you please post that thing in the chat room. The other people read it. Since Uncle Sam Jassy and Remy reading it and not understand. They said that document says he was appointed after the termination of the management services contract.
Quiet, yes.
They did not say he get contract. They said the current board chairman was appointed. The current board chairman, who is the managing director at the same time, was appointed after the expiration of the service management contract. That's when he was appointed. They did not say he get contract. He gets service management service contract. That's why he's saying. But here is a whole thing you need to understand. The president who appointed you, that same president said at the end of January 22nd, 12 midnight,
get out.
Consider yourself out.
Done. Yeah.
The same man who appointed you. It doesn't matter who pay you, because the money he's taking as he pay is the government of Liberia money that they borrow from the World Bank on a project. It's a loan. That LISA project is a loan from the World Bank to the Liberian government. So basically, the Liberian government is saying, we're implementing this electricity project. We have this number of workforce on the project. We need resources to pay. We don't have it in our budget to pay. LEC is not raising the money to pay. World Bank, can you pay our staff for us? Can you help us provide these other services? Can you help us with the other logistical intervention? And World Bank said, yes, I will provide you that amount of money under LISA. So because the president who hired you and his government go and take loan to pay you, when he instructs you in an executive order and say leave, you say I can't leave because the loan you took is paying me, we should stop doing this to our country. We should stop. The document there did not say you have this management service contract.
Mommy, I can call Money Captain right now on
So,
this.
call Money Captain. Please do. Please do. Please call Money Captain. Okay, please call Money Captain.
Let me call him.
Thank you. All right, why he called Money Captain? Mommy, hold on. Why he called Money Captain? I beg you, Mommy. There's a reason why we're having this conversation.
Exactly.
And we must expose everything. The contract that you guys talking about, the ESBI, contract, you know how much Money Captain was receiving from that contract as a consultant? We have the paper. If I'm correct, it's $250,000 as a consultant to the board. $250,000. I'm about to post it. And I hope Money Captain can come and clarify. You see, sometimes we want to say this thing that you're forced to say, Glendy, because you're telling us, seeing it in black and white, and said, no, that's not it. The ESBI contract, you know how much Money Captain received? Let me post it. Let everybody see it. Then maybe our uncle, Sam Jackson, I didn't know I had an uncle from Grand Bassa, but at my papa's stay, I ain't going to get very mad at him. Because whenever he see me for 2 days, he call on me. Mama, let me share this thing. Let me share this thing with everybody. It's in the chat room. It's in the chat room. Y'all please go and see. It's in the chat room. The one I just checked.
To LEC, both
yes.
chairmen, 250,000.
So let me. Yes. So let me share it. This 250,000. Let me share with our folks that are joining us to see how much money Money Captain made, and the reason why Money Captain begged to stay there, because the amount of money every month you make 17,500. Do your math for 12 months.
Annually.
Every month. My man, you make annually. You're joking, right? What you mean annually? I just want Money Captain to come and explain. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Maybe he get him. Conor Gray, you got him? Now, yeah, okay, we'll mute you. We'll wait for you. We're not going anywhere. Glendy is not working tonight. She already took the time off. She will wait for you, Conor Gray.
Okay.
You know.
That's 210,000 annually.
Girl, Glendy, why you call it number? Don't call it number. What? You see the reason why we are where we are at LDC, and we'll do the right thing because Liberia need to know this.
This is discussion.
Yeah, no. We're going there. We're going to see which all the companies that have contract on our LDC and who own those companies. I want you to take a look at this. It's cycle though, right? 250,000. Y'all seeing it, right?
Sure.
Is that? So, and though he's not a consultant anymore, but he's still receiving 17,500 times 12. Jesus. Who know math?
210,000. 210,000.
200. If that means you tell me I know my math, I'll say that 350,000. So thank God you know math. 210,000. So, Mr. Jackson, it's not about Money Captain. It's about the rule of law and structure. Why is it still there? But yet, I let Liberian people know that who is keeping him there. The document from George Manaway, can somebody find out letter that he wrote openly to everyone? Get out. January 22nd, 2024, get out. Maybe I think you get that letter. Let's show it. Is that an exception to the rule when it comes to money, Captain?
Yes.
How so, sir?
Thank you very much. I don't want to belabor the point. I did an in-depth analysis of the Liberian electricity sector when I did my master's at LEC. I sat with Monique Captain. I sat with the Liberian Electricity Regulatory Authority. I sat with all the stakeholders in the sector. I interviewed them, and I wrote a thesis that got a distinction. Okay. I was aware that the management contract with Manitoba was paid millions of dollars a year. I was aware that the Irish contract, I think that ESBI or something that was paid millions of dollars. I also know that Money Captain is a man of high moral character, will not transgress the laws of the Republic of Liberia and be trespassing at LEC if there was not a management contract associated. First of all, Stanton, to pay somebody $17,500 a month, is that the average pay of people who work for state parastatals like NASCOP, like other LPRC? No, that's, but let me don't interrupt me, mommy. I beg you, I'm talking. Okay, for a man to be paid $17,500, paid upon an LESSB or LESB with the World Bank, Money Captain is not stupid. I would get a contract to ensure my salary comes, and there is, first of all, there's an assurance I'm going to get paid that money, and there's
man, Sam Johnson, but let's move on, man. Papa, let's move on, man. You wasting our time. We're talking about Money Captain. You're trying to be personal because you sat down with him and you did your thesis on him. Come on, man. Let's help the Liberian people better. No, this is not a CDC time for us to sweet talk, man. This is not a CDC time for us to sweet talk. Let's be genuine. Let's be fair with the Liberian people. There's a man that making $210,000. There's a man that is still there after George Weah, who appointed him, asked him to leave. It's not a tenure position.
But so why?
If the President Joseph Yuma Boakai want him to stay there, I'm okay with it. But let's just be fair with the Liberian people. But you cannot have it. No, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt me now. No, you and I will not. No, I don't call Joseph Boakai just to answer your question. No, I do not do that. I call Joseph Boakai on a serious issue. But Glenny, I know because Uncle Sam had that relationship with him and that family tie with him. And Uncle Sam, he will be as us here on the show in the bar. You say, my man, I got to do my thing. This is troubling, Glenny. This is troubling.
But Uncle Sam, he's a strategist. He's like those Republicans. They'll see it and they will say something different. I mean, based on what we know, and based on the fact that President Weah instructed all of them and told them when their job term expired, if he is still in there and does not have a contract that guarantees him continuing in that position, and based on the executive laws of Liberia, he's in error. He's there illegally. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. We have to be fair to Liberia moving forward. Whether we have, I know sometimes we get in tight spots with people we're associated with, but this 1 year to be making all that, and then you're still there, unless Joe Boakai has expressively said to him, we are going to retain you. And it's also incumbent upon Boakai. If he wants Captain to be there, he should have by now made it public that that's it. He is going to remain in this position as the LDC director, but not to appoint somebody to that position. And even somebody else was talking about LPRC. It's not right.
Don't jump to other places yet. We get a whole cluster thing. You're in there. Let's stick with this thing. Mommy, let me go to Fatima first. I will come to you, Mommy. Fatima, he's not alone. Money Captain, there were other past government folks that they're just working and receiving money. After George Weah asked them to leave. We have the names. Only money captain here I will call tonight. How troubling is this, Fatima?
It's serious. I mean, it is very, very serious. I mean, I just heard when you talk about the amount of salary this man, Uncle Sam, you can laugh all you want, but listen to this. When I heard the salary that this man is making and the way the young Liberian children are struggling, and then he wants to stay there and continue to accumulate wealth, I don't think it's fair. If the president wants him to stay, he's serving at the will and pleasure of the president, fine. But I don't think those head of those entities should be left alone without someone being named at this point in time. We need for the president, unless the president wants him to serve, then I agree. But if not, he needs to leave. Follow the instructions of his former president, who asked all of them, all heads of entity, if you're not tenured, to leave. I mean, the people that are tenured, we can look at that. But nah, I think he should start considering leaving.
And I would say to you, Mama, let me come back to you. Let's ask Conor Gray first. Conor Gray, did he answer? I guess not.
I can safely say no, he did not answer. But what I can tell you was that maybe Tua should have harmonized his pay. That tells you that the Republic of Liberia does not have dominion over his contract. So we can speculate as much as we want.
But I don't think I'm speculating when I'm reading from documents.
If he stays on the job, which means he's not going to get paid. I don't think, because he has not been officiated.
But no one said whether he will get paid or he will not get paid. We didn't say it.
Why should he hold a position where he's not getting paid?
But we are not there yet.
I think sometimes we jump unnecessary, unfettered water. We can't be this network that jump in every water to fish. This is one that we are drowning here, in my opinion.
Thank you. I think you are drowning, and I think we have to save you from the running water. Okay, just stay put. We'll save you. You are drowning, seriously. Because we rather you look different tonight. I hope you are not something, but you're rather drowning tonight. Mommy, how is this affecting Liberians though?
But you have the chairman of the board appointed by the president also serving as the CEO of the company, because there is no CEO. What's the check and balance? He was the chairman. When the management contract ended, that management contract team, they saw it and want to flip it to his name. When that management service management contract ended, they needed to hire a CEO to fill in the structure because the management were leaving. The board made a decision. He, as chairman of the board made a decision for him to be the CEO. No check and balance.
No, he's serving as ex officio. My brother, public policy, he's serving as ex officio.
Who's serving ex officio?
Yeah, Mama, sorry, man. Brother Gray. Brother Gray, don't interrupt me now. Brother Gray, Brother Gray, don't interrupt him. Brother Gray, let him finish.
It's a company. It's not an organization. It's a company.
It doesn't have to necessarily be an organization.
No, but still, he's still serving dual role. Is he getting paid for both roles?
No, he's getting paid for one.
How do you know? How do you know?
All right, but let's go back to Mame. Let Mame finish. Guys, let Mame finish. Let Mame finish, please.
The fundamental issue here is the chairman of the board appointed by the president is also the CEO of the company. The check and balance is not there. And because of that, the consequences in the ineffectiveness of the organization. That ineffectiveness of the organization is having impact now as we speak in the different rooms, the different clubs, the different entertainment places across Monrovia. Lights are not on. If they on before the show ends, they will go off and come back on. Because no check and balance from the top, ineffectiveness of the institution, service delivery is poor, the people are living in the dark. You see the connection? And we can go more into that. And that is the reason why these clusters were established, to go and assess the situation there and give it to the president so he can inform his immediate next action after taking over. Mr. Captain was appointed by the president of Liberia. The president of Liberia appointed him, said all presidential appointee, and it's required because there's a new president to leave, regardless of who paying you. We've worked in places before where we are hired by the company, but paid by 2-3 different organizations whose project we work on. But when that company fires you, you cannot go to that other organization whose project you're working on to pay you. There are other civil servants in our country, in different ministries and agencies like gender, like health ministry. They're working on different projects, and those projects are paying them, but they are government employees. The day the government the day they are dismissed from government, those contracts will not be honored, they will not pay them money. Several civil servants having contracts with different development organizations while serving in that capacity. But when they dismiss you from the government, or when you tell you empty in the government, you cannot continue to take salary. But it's more than the salary. It's far more than the salary, the 17,000. It's about the lack of check and balance, the ineffectiveness in the structure of the organization, the poor service delivery, and the impact on the ordinary people. That's why we're talking here. Take, for example, what's happening with the CLSG. I read a report. I'm not saying it because I'm a rocket scientist. I read a report.
Now, Stanton, you give us that same amount of time, right? If not, we'll hijack the show.
We will hijack show.
No,
you're making we.
You need to be quiet when I'm speaking.
Look at your.
So hopefully you give us the time.
Colonel Gray, do not look at, I beg you, do not approach another person, mother, wife, and say you need to be quiet.
But
you call for us to shoot. You call for us to shoot on San Percy Yeke yesterday. Colonel Gray, I beg you. Colonel Gray, hold on 1 minute. I beg you. I know you are drowning. We'll help you to get you out of the water. The issue here is that yesterday you called for us to shoot on South Pepsi Yeke. We said no. Now you're telling Glennie to be quiet. But man, if you get gun in your house, we'll ask the American government to take it from you. But we gave you the equal time. Let Mama finish. I beg you. We give you your time as desired. Mama, please go ahead.
I read the report. I was and spoken with experts in the sector. I was speaking on what has been happening to LEC that is causing the people in their rooms to not sleep on a current. Now they're fanning themselves with shit because no light. As of November 23rd, LEC was owing CRF, the company that bringing the CLSG line, 17 million. As of November 2023, 17 million. LEC is receiving current power, selling the power, but cannot pay its bill, and depending on the government to put money in the budget to pay CLSG. So for that reason, 17 million debt. But this time, as per the agreement, so they sell the power. The essence was you sell the power, you pay. You sell the power, you pay. So that by 2023, you will move from 27 megawatt to 50 megawatt. Because you only 17 million, the company has refused to expand the megawatt from 27 to 50.
Yep.
You're depending now on the thermal power energy at what do you call the place in West Point to provide energy. But you don't have the resources to buy gasoline, fuel oil. So for that reason, you're only producing 12.5 megawatt for 12 hours a day. That's why in the day, certain place off, in the night, certain place on. So these are problems that have been happening, and the solution to some of these problems cannot be obtained in the manner and form we're proceeding. People are using the electricity crisis to make money. You will hear about car power energy, and when I will close that, you will hear about the same car power energy that Magay and others brought in 2018. They brought it back on the block. The president met with them. They started having discussion, telling him that that is the solution to this problem. But
listen, you really like Mameo. You can just like him talk.
Go ahead.
Daya Piki, let him talk.
Samuel, I will relinquish my time to you. I'll relinquish my time.
The Unity Party government, is the government that's responsible for the current state of electricity, the low level of electricity penetration, the low level of productivity, and the low level and the lack of social cohesion because of electricity access in Liberia. Mommy, your government, Joseph Juma Boka, 12 years of parked car in the garage. They received $357 million United States dollars from the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And they built a dam, an old dam that was inaugurated or commenced in 1966, 64 megawatts. They upgraded it to only 88 megawatts. Mama, do the math. Divide 357 million by 88 megawatts. That's the most expensive dam in the history of the world.
The figure is wrong. It's 240 million.
No, it's not wrong. 357 million.
Do not interrupt him. I beg you. Let him finish. I beg us. Let
okay.
Sam and
let me finish. You can speak on it. Then, in terms of transmission and distribution, the Japanese, the European Union, and others provided over 400 to 500 million. What $1 billion invested, capital cost, sunken cost, put in electricity by the Unity Party government. When they left in 2017, only 10% of the population had access to electricity. The George Weah government had to go into the West African Power Pool through the CLSG and get 27 additional megawatts to improve electricity penetration to about 35 to 40%, decrease the cost of electricity from 55 cents per kilowatt hour to about 35 cents, 30 cents per kilowatt hour. And in some impoverished areas, we brought it down to 25 cents per kilowatt hour. Mommy, it's your government that did not have a strategic plan for energy independence. It is your government that is now in power again. And I look at the electricity cluster report. I've been looking at it. And I would say I'm an LSE graduate. I would say it 10 times. And I did my master's in electricity access in Liberia. Y'all can take it from me. And I study it. I talk about public-private partnership. I talk about billing. Look, Liberia has 7 rivers perpendicular to the Atlantic Ocean. We have a total capacity of more than 1,000 megawatts. 1,000 megawatts. The Unity Party government, 12 years in power, they not take advantage of the opportunity to bring in just 138 megawatts. That's all you did in 12 years, while Guinea, Kenya, Ethiopia put in 200, 500 megawatt plants and in access to more than 85–90% of the population. And you want to come here tonight and cry about the fact that you only have 6 hours a day of electricity. When you build the Mankofe hydroelectric dam on the Simple River in the same spot where it commenced operation in 1966, where in the dry season, which is now, 2/3 of the electricity production decreases. That is what we call complete Duns Scat. You know what DUNCE mean? You put up a Duns Scat, it means that you sick. Something wrong with you. So go,
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, sometimes really want to just believe you. But the thing you just said, you lie. Sorry to say you lie. I don't want to use lie because you're my uncle. But it's bad for you to do this though. I mean, you already get a bad rap sheet from CDC and you're going to add on it again. Because how can you say they said 257,000? You said no, that lie. They probably received 300,000.
Because the Japanese and other, the Norwegians put in 100 million. $257 million from the Millennium Challenge Corporation and $100 million from the Norwegians, making it a total of $357 million.
Mr. Jackson, can I ask you a question? No, let me ask Mr. Jackson one question, then you can come in. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Jackson?
Ask me 5 questions.
No, I just get one. Because you and Conor Gray had to my head today. The last time we have, what's his name, Samuel Tway, saying that he have paid almost what the Liberian government owe Ivory Coast. You defended it, Mr. Jackson.
No, I did not defend it.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, let me finish that. Let me finish. I'm not saying that supplying electricity to Ivory Coast, no. I said the government of CDC said they pay that money. They pay almost the money. You defended it because you was on Spoon then. Yes. At that time, they didn't stop you from coming on Spoon. So you was on no mandate. You could come on Spoon then.
Yes.
But we are talking about today that the government of Liberia, right, as of the cluster report, still owing $13 million from a CDC government. So you didn't pay the money. From $9 million, it got increased by $4 million. LDC owes CI Energies at least $13 million for the supply of energy to Liberia through the Transcode CLSG network and the cross-border in Nima, Grand Jida, and Maryland counties. Without, this is the scary thing, without settling these arrears or reaching a negotiated settlement within a reasonable short period of time, CI Energies may not increase supply to reach the target of 50 megawatts. Now, here's the recommendation within the JPP team. This is why they are recommending. I will ask you my question. LDC and the government of Liberia should negotiate the payment of CI Energies arrears of US $30 million to pave the way for CI Energy to supply the augmented capacity of 50 megawatt. GOL, government of Liberia, may consider exploring diplomatic option for temporary relief from the payment. Hey man, is that how we not care our country? We're gonna go beg Ivory Coast now.
Let me go respond.
No. I'm going. No. Don't respond yet. I read it. For me, I read it. I don't need you to respond on this thing because you come to talk about that. You come to talk about that. So, Granny, before I go to Fatima, they are saying I'm gonna go beg Ivory Coast because they lied. They didn't pay the $9 million. And on the bowl, you had the man are receiving $250,000 money captain. And he started to receive $210,000 every year, but this money is still in question. Now, I want you to speak on it, and let's talk about the companies that are doing business with LDC. Who owns those companies? So, Granny,
I just want to ask Mr. Jackson one question. And I hear him making all these comments about Ellen Johnson government. Were you a contractor in Ellen Johnson government?
Absolutely, paid by the international system. UNDP.
What company were you contracted for to give to be a consultant for?
Okay, so in terms of social
don't make it about talk plenty, man, Glendy. Don't do that. Glendy.
Okay,
Glendy, move. Glendy, move. Don't make it matter of plenty. Once you ask about himself, he ready to go into that LSE something.
He worked in the Ellen government. He was consulted with Ellen Johnson's Ellen government. He knew about these things. He participated in these things, and then he will come and reference it as if to say he knows nothing about it, make it seem like CDC is the goddess. So, but if we because just 3 days ago, no, I want to answer again. I take it back.
I take it back. Papa, stop disturbing the woman. Take it back.
I take it back.
Take it back. She forced to ask you. She forced to ask you. Sorry. She forced to ask you.
Sorry for your response.
The woman made a mistake. She said yes to you when you approached her. The next day you can't. She didn't like you again. She said no. So don't get back. Yeah, go ahead, lady.
This very LEC that we're hearing about, and where they for Ivory Coast that they paid $9 million. We're just talking about it yesterday. How many of Mr. Jackson was explaining? I know how 125 meter watts or whatever he was explaining here yesterday. Is this the LEC now we're hearing? Still, they're now all 13 million. So what happened to the $9 million?
I'm gonna answer.
And it is even more reason why someone else, you have to check the checker. Who is checking Money Capital? Who is checking the people there? If he's the chairman of the board, and if he's also the chief executive officer there, who's checking him? Where's the check and balances there? I think it's something that's getting the attention of the government.
Let's go to Glendy, then we'll go to Conor Gray. Let's go to Fatima. Sorry, Fatima. I beg you, Papa. Hold on 1 minute. Let's go to Fatima, then we'll go to Conor Gray.
So I just want to make some corrections to you, Uncle Sam. So I think it is well known that before the hydro got destroyed during the war, and during Ellen and Joseph Boakai time, they resuscitated the hydro, okay? And when it did, they spent $240 million. Can't hear you.
Don't listen to him. Just talk. Don't you can create a problem. Just talk.
They spent $240 million. Wait.
Oh, Uncle Sam, let you finish. Uncle Sam, let you finish.
Government, the European investors, and some, and some donations from the American government as well. All right. And then they added
Uncle Sam, let you finish. I'm begging you.
Megawatts are coming from the 4 turbines. You know that, right? So under the CDC government, they did not even add no megawatts to this current that we are talking about. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joseph Boakai were the ones who resuscitated the hydro. You guys were talking about just recently that you were even giving electricity to Ivory Coast, which is not true. You left the Electricity Corporation in a deficit. Under the George Money we are government, Uncle Sam. You try to blame everything back on Joseph Boakai. No, you guys were there for 6 years. 6 years. You did not do anything towards the hydro. You didn't do any building, or any new parts of the hydro were not built. Now you're here today saying that everything goes back to. I just think Money Capital needs to leave. If the president wants him to stay, he can stay. But the current crisis in Liberia is because of the CDC-led government.
And
with due respect to the Liberia Electricity Corporation. Let's establish that, Uncle Sam.
Fatima, let's put this up, right? Just look at this. These are the recommendations from the JES and the JPTT. This is part of the cluster report.
Yes.
They are asking the Liberian government, after they made all this mess, that they must go and beg Ivory Coast, but they used to go us and negotiate. They want Joseph Boakai to go and beg Ivory Coast. So all the money that Joe was talking about, the 8-1.
Pion.
They ate it. So that people see this thing. Go beg Ivory Coast and tell Ivory Coast we'll pay them tomorrow. But beg them. This is the reason why the people in Liberia getting current for 4 hours, 3 hours. It's not good. Conor Gray,
this government
just talk to us, Conor Gray.
Blaming everything on them, Uncle Sam. It is not fair. This is remnants of your government.
Let Conor Gray speak.
Senator, I'm going to send you exactly what Monique sent me, because I want you to read it. Is that okay?
Send it to me. I can post it. If you want us to post it, right?
Yeah. I got this.
Send it to me. No problem. Money got to speak. We hope he can come and talk.
Yeah, he's not feeling too well. Well, I'll relinquish my 2 or 3 minutes with Brother Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
All right, before you go ahead, no. I beg you. I know you just gave me your time. Let's just do this. Send me that. Let's hear what Money say, and then post it. But I want to hope. I beg you, Uncle Sam. I don't know what Mama going. I want to bring Mama in because it's an important question. I will keep it. Glendy, if everything we're saying is true, my Liberian people only concerned why Money is still on the job. Why Money Capital is still on the job. The boss man, President George Bernard, we had appointed him ask him to leave. Again, I don't know, because I have not asked the president anything. I have not asked the vice president anything. But was there exception to the letter given by the person that appointed him?
So
Liberian want to know, why is he still there?
That's a genuine question. The question is in place. That's unless he has a contract or something that says his tenure was he's in a tenure.
I'm not asking the thing quick down. Sorry to cut you. That's
the only way. But I also want to, I'm sure Mr. Jackson knows. Remember John Molu? Was it John Molu on contract?
You send it on WhatsApp.
He fired him. Was it John Molu in a contractor position when Ellen fired him?
Yeah, he shouldn't talk yet. No, don't ask him. The public don't talk.
If he had, unless he has a contract to show,
Zip a month.
Based on what you showed earlier, he has no contract. He should not be in the position.
But this is not a joke though. This is hurting Liberians.
Yes.
This is causing a serious security issue.
It's in the trouble.
This is a security concern. Mommy, I'm not going to ask you that. Let's look at Money Captain. He said he's not too well.
Let's see him.
Okay, let me post this. It's a beautiful one. Let's read it. This is so. Let me ask you. He wants us to read this, right, Conor Gray? Conor Gray, we want you to answer because I don't want to read it and you say, "Oh, why you share my text?"
I asked him to say yes.
Okay. So you forward this to me. It's under your name, Conor Gray. Can you screenshot where he telling you, say share? I beg you, my man. I respect. Listen, I want to be a professional in the best way I can. Because maybe you the one wrote this thing. Maybe it's not money. Maybe you did. I see nothing yet. He didn't sign it. I see nothing that Money wrote this thing. You know.
Now your panton you from. You will not make it tonight.
No. It's not about me. It's about the Liberian people. Uncle Sam, when you went there, Money Captain didn't help you with your thesis. There's another gentleman that helped you with your thesis. And alas, he came and he helped you. But you know who helped you. You know what you got from there. So we shouldn't go there, Uncle Sam. Let's keep that a family business now. All right? Because when you tell the monkey that where the monkey will eat the banana, right? So we understand that one. All right, that monkey can eat kasali now.
Yes.
Okay. But Mambe, let me bring you in. We'll share this Money Captain response, but let me bring you in. You know, I'm troubled, Mambe. And this is why I'm here. We're going to read Money Captain review and we hope he can come on. But to tell you the truth, I'm troubled because of this. If you look at the document, where is it? If you look at this document, Mame, on a very serious note, right? Look at those company, JEP Incorporated Distribution Contracts. Look at the LIB Energy. We said it yesterday, and people say, "Oh, but why are you taking this company from?" LIB Energy. We will post it. The distribution assignment. Look how it is given. Look at the amount of money awarded to this company, but they are not doing jack.
Nothing.
Look at the percentage distributed. Now, where is Money Captain involvement? And why he stayed there, we can get our answer from here. And Liberians need to hear this. Who owns this company? Which one of the lawmakers?
Yes.
These are the cluster report. So let me hear you, Mame. We're going to read Money Captain text message to us. Let me hear you, Mame.
I really wanted you to read Money Captain, Sonny, so we can show the contradiction in it.
Yes.
I am put but say something. Don't let her go. Why I put it up?
Yeah. I mean, on the list of companies that are doing contracts, I think that part of the reason why the current management is fighting to the nail to their life to sit over what is happening at LEC that is affecting the ordinary people. There has to be a change so that people can go and see What's happening there? Because of the owners, because of the relationships in most of those contracts, people are fighting to protect. That's why all these things happening. But think about corporate governance. The chairman of the board of the company, the chairman of the board of the company, appointed by the president, at the same time serving as CEO. Corporate governance, and somebody brag about being an exceptional professional for over 2-3 years.
Please, that look at money, Captain. Letter you bought. It's too sweet. It's too sweet.
So, Mr. Johnson, wait, I don't interrupt, Mr. Johnson. I beg you.
Don't delay the letter. Don't delay the letter.
No, but wait.
It's too sweet.
How can you be?
No, but I will not do the letter with all. We got to upload it and then we'll show it to our audience. So you'll be patient. I beg you. You're way small. I beg you. Mommy, continue, please.
Yeah. So you talking about a chairman of a board appointed, not resigned, but a company that he provides corporate leadership over. He goes there and serving as CEO. He's the chairman of the board. He has not resigned as chairman of the board. At the same time, he is serving as CEO of the same company that he serves as chairman. No check and balance. No check and balance. Then Gray talk about ex officio. Yes, the managing director of a company is an ex officio on the board. It's an ex officio on the board. It's not the chairman of the board. It's not a chairman.
Is that the beginning of the, because it started with Remy, right? Is that it?
That's the beginning.
Okay, so let's read this. It said, Remy, sorry, I am not too well, but I did receive a briefing of concerns raised on Spoon. Thank God somebody reached out to Money Captain. I, along with the COO, were competitive. All right. No. Well, Remy, let me read it over. Remy, sorry, I am not too well, but I did receive a briefing of concern raised on Spoon. I, along with the CEO, were competitively recruited through a World Bank process. My contract was signed by the Minister of Mines and Energy on behalf of the government with the approval of the World Bank and remains valid. Let's pause right there. Mommy, what say you? Mommy, are you muted?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know who writing this text message to you?
The message of Money Captain.
Yeah. This is the chairman of the board of the company.
Yes.
Telling you he's hired by the company.
Yes.
Correct.
The chairman of the board of the company is telling you that he's hired by the company. Don't you see the problem?
So hold on 1 minute, Mommy. Hold on 1 minute. I'm begging you. While we remain with the first sentence, or you would say the first paragraph, let's just move ahead to see the document showing that Money Captain was appointed and what the cluster said. Let me put the cluster information up. The LEC board is now fully constituted. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO. He was appointed to this role by the board upon the expiration of ESBR management service contract. He was appointed. So let's bring up the other document I said then. Here we are, not this one. The other one I say he was appointed on such and such day by George Weah. We had it, right? I think somebody just took it down. We have one that say he was appointed on such and such day by George Weah. So is there any way that Money can show that George Weah didn't appoint him?
Thank you.
Or he resigned?
Or he resigned? No, I'm with my mate. Now I'm not with you yet, Sam. I'm not with you yet. I'm still with my mate. Because I want us to read this thing, but I believe Sam Money Captain is listening to us. Conor Gray, you can ask your friend, is there anywhere that the appointment from President George Bernard Weah he either resigned or he retired or he gave it back to the president and refused it, since he was appointed officially by President George Manuel Weah. So can you please ask him that, Mommy? Let's go ahead through this letter, which is so important.
So this is what I was saying, that the lack of check and balance at LEC is leading to ineffectiveness and inefficiency of the company. That ineffectiveness and inefficiency is leading to post-service delivery. That post-service delivery is causing the people now in Monrovia to be living in their room and fanning themselves with cloth and no light. How can the chairman of the board of a company is hired by the board of the company? Please put up the cluster report. Who hired him? Please put it up.
So let's go again.
The LEC board is now fully constituted. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO. He was appointed to this role by the board. Please take it down.
Okay.
The board that he chairs.
We not told you yet, Uncle Sam. Stop. We ain't told you yet.
The board.
You have equal time.
Yes. The board that he chairs is the board that appointed him to serve as CEO, and the board allegedly gave him a contract. As chairman of the board, you provide oversight over the CEO, over the management and functions of the company. But in this case, the same man who is the board chairman.
Guys, let mute. I beg you, guys. Let mute. Colonel Gray, we're getting some bad feedback, Uncle Sam. Let's mute, please.
The same man who is the board.
Intensity of this thing. All nonsense.
So I agree. Can you just mute, please?
The same man who is the board chairman, who should be providing oversight and ensuring compliance, is the same man who hires himself, because he was hired by the board that he sat on. The board hired him.
No, he did not hire himself. He was hired by the
you
board.
will not interview. You will not do this, Colonel Gray. Let him finish. Colonel Gray, let him finish. I beg you, my man. Don't do this, man.
He was hired by the board. Who was the chairman of the board? He was the chairman of the board when he was hired by the board. Hired by the board, and he still maintains the role as chairman. He has not resigned from the board. He's still on the board, at the same time serving as manager. He was appointed to this role by the board. The current chairman of the board also acts as CEO. That's a fact.
So let's read this. Colonel Gray, I'm coming to you. I beg you, Colonel Gray, please be patient. We're going to go to the COO recruitment. The recruitment of the COO is there. And we'll understand, if we read the column of the COO, who is a foreign national, was interviewed and recruited for the position of CEO. The duly vetted candidate was ignored for unexplained reason. Now, we got to understand this. He was ignored for unexplained reason. The current COO received a monthly salary of $26,655 under the same World Bank LIFSAC. So we're going to go through this cluster report. It have enough information. It's not what I say. It's not what you say. It's what the report is saying. My concern over here, let's go back to Money Captain reply to Colonel Gray. Now, what we do is, let me bring in Minister Doe, who is in studio currently. So let's go. My contract was signed by the Minister of Mines and Energy on behalf of the government of Liberia with the approval of the World Bank and remains valid. My salary is paid through World Bank funding, and I do not receive any remuneration from LEC either for the board or for my role as CEO. My salary was the advertised salary in the procurement notice, and my salary history is consistent with my current salary. I have met the president on more than one occasion and provided briefing on LEC operation. Let's move to the next paragraph. I have met the president on more than one occasion and provided briefing on LEC operation. I am not privy to disclose any of our discussion. However, please note that I respect myself enough to not impose myself on any government. I am a professional with a proven track record. Our achievements at LEC are documented. I will never fight for a job. The foreign management team we replaced earned over $600,000 a month and yet did not match our achievement. It is about time that we celebrate our own rather than denigrate them because someone is posturing for the job. I respect President Bouakai and will blank, 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 the rest of it on there. My question here, and again, everybody have to take the piece. Folks are saying, is it true that Money Captain is double dipping? Is it true that Money Captain is double dipping? Or this is what Money Captain say. He will not tell us why he and President Bouakai discuss. Is he not telling us means that President Bouakai asked him to stay there? So then, let's do the roundtable conversation, guys. Please do not interrupt. Everybody entitled to the 1 minute, please. The folks on Radio Land want to understand us with backing. If it hurt you, just write it down. Please do not interrupt. We'll go to you, Glennie. We'll go to Sam Jackson, Fatima Conagray, and we'll bring in Acid. Glennie?
So, there's so many pieces. I think we've already addressed all of the different pieces to this saga. And I think the only way this saga can be resolved unless there is a binding contract, which speaks more than what the authority of President Weah had. So if President Weah said, regardless, and I mentioned John Mulu's situation because it was the same situation where his contract was under the World Bank and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf terminated him. So if President Weah, even if whoever hires you and you're in the government of President Weah, and he is saying, as of this date, your tenure is over, your term of reference is completed, then he should not be in the role. But unless and based on the documents that we saw here that saying the fact that the contract was the contract ended and he extended him to serve on the board, that meant that he should not still be in the role. So the burden of proof is on him. I'm excited that he even wrote that. And it's also to say to us and to President Bouakai to also be extremely cautious. Because when you start talking secret to people, I have to be fair and balanced. And they can be repeating and saying, you don't know what me and the president discussed. It leads us to believe that they've talked and President Bouakai has promised him to remain in the... We can insinuate so many things. We can assume so much of what he said based on that piece with President Bouakai. So I think Money Captain has the burden of proof. He needs to show us or to explain how it is that after we are said that they should no longer be in a position, that he remained in a position, and why is it that President Bouakai still has him in that position if the contract has subsequently ended? Stanton, you.
No, sorry, I lost you for a second. Yeah, let you go ahead. I lost you for a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you presented a cluster report that is poorly written, is not methodical, it is not comprehensive, it doesn't reach certain global standards, and you want to use the cluster report against a man that was competitively recruited by the World Bank and is paid a pittance compared to Manitoba and the Irish company. Money Captain, I told you, has the moral character that he will not impose himself upon the government. He clearly said he has a contract that was signed by the Land Mines and Ministry, and that his contract is paid by the World Bank. I know, Glennie, I know you don't like Liberians to make plenty of money. The last time I said I wrote 25 pages for 25,000, you were vexed. But there are some Liberians, and my pay is between $800 to $1,000 a day for a lot of international contracts in Liberia.
Let me thank you that you didn't fall for that.
No, let me finish.
Thank you very much.
No, let me finish. Money Captain said he has a contract.
Where is it?
What? So that's the next step.
No, where is it? Where is the contract?
So Money Captain is on a
Where is Money Captain? I can tell you, say I have a contract and bullshit.
Okay, let's not go. Let's not talk Tabata.
No. What's the contract?
Minister.
What's the contract?
Minister. Let me finish.
What's the contract? Uncle Sam, what's the contract? That your friend. What's the contract, Uncle Sam?
Let me see.
Uncle Sam, the folks Liberians want to know whether Money Captain is double dipping.
Don't deflect.
Uncle Sam,
I know you.
Uncle Sam, Liberians want to know. Uncle Sam, what Liberians want to know. For you, we know your position. You did your thesis there. You will citizen to Judgment Day. But it's Money Captain dipping. Where is the appointment?
Money Captain is not double dipping.
George Manawea appointed him, and now he telling us that he get a contract. Which one we going to accept?
Okay, so Money Captain is not getting a member. He's not getting a board fee. He's not getting a management fee from LEC. His contract was competitively derived. It means that others were in competition with him. The International Express chose him. They pay him at the international competitive rate, and I think they even underpay him because Manitoba and ESBI were getting $600,000 a month. Just because Money Captain from Fiamma, he's making only $17,500 a month. You're vexed with him, but Money Captain is a global professional, and he did extremely well in the last 2 years because we got consistent LEC electricity for the last 2 years. I don't know what the technical problems are now. I understand we owe the CLSG people $13 million. That is a pittance compared to the amount of electricity we consume. That will be paid. And I can assure you that Money Captain is a consummate professional. He did an excellent job, and he is worth every penny that is being paid to him.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to ask you just one question, right? And please make your answer short. Was Money Captain working at LGC up to the time Samuel Twe said we pay the Ivorians money?
So that is a question, what we call sophistry. You're trying to deflect because you have been grounded now. Money Captain has shared exactly what I said to you. I believe that he has a contract, and he said he has a contract. Money Captain.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question? Or if that we would just move on. Was Money Captain working at LEC?
That question has no relevance to the topic at hand.
Prior to the statement made by Samuel Twe.
There's no relevance to the topic at hand. No relevance to the topic at hand.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Jackson.
I will not answer because you know the answer.
Thank you,
that
Mr.
is a
Samuel
rhetorical
Jackson.
question that I will not answer. I will
Thank
not
you,
answer
Mr.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Jackson. Thank you very much. It's always good to have you here. So let me say this, Fatima. You know, I would not get mad at Mr. Samuel Jackson or Edward McGray. You know, we wish well for Liberia, but these guys wish well for some of their friends. My issue here is that, Fatima, seriously speaking, folks are asking, is Mr. Money Captain double dipping?
Yes.
The appointment from George Manawea. And he's saying the Minister of Lands Mines, right, Gessler Morris, gave him a contract, signed his contract. Where are we? The Money Captain need to answer more questions.
From what he said, and from the documents that we have here on the show, he is double dipping. Was appointed. He's the head of the board. Uncle Sam, you're laughing, but it's true. He was appointed.
Please don't call his name. Don't Sam Jackson name, please.
And he's also, he said he was also, a contract was signed for him by the Minister of Lands, Mines and Energy. So he is double dipping, probably making tons of salary in LEC while the poor people of Liberia suffer, and now they have no electricity because they can't meet the demands of the people of Liberia. So I do believe, yes, he's double dipping until he can come and prove us wrong. Uncle Remy, don't feel bad, but I know he's your buddy, but until he can come on this show and express, because even he contradicted everything that we even believe from that statement that he sent. He just proved to us that indeed he was appointed, and then he says again, a contract was signed for him by the Minister of Lands, Mines and Energy. So in all fairness, I think he's double dipping. And second of all, this is a new government. Before the old president left, he told all those as heads of entities to resign, be gone. to give room for the new government to name, heads of entities. And yet and still he's there. He said clearly in his remarks that I'm not the one to look for a job. I'm not the one to ask for a job. So, of course, if that's what's going on, he needs to resign and he needs to leave. Period. But he is double dipping, getting all of our monies while our poor people suffer in Liberia.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. This is embarrassment. This is total embarrassment. But let's hear from Conor Gray, and let's just be serious on the show for once. We are talking about Liberia. We are just not talking about friendship. Money Captain remains on the board. He receives certain fee. Money Captain working and appointed by the president. He receiving money. Money Captain on a contract which was signed by Gracelyn Morris, the former minister. He receiving a contract fee. This we need to ask question, and we are asking the question. One of the major questions every Liberian wants to know: why Money Captain stay at LDC? What's the problem? Is President Joseph Yima Boakai asked him to be there, to hold on, till he can find a person to come and take over? Look at the JEP Inc. distribution contract. Look at the LIB Energy distribution contract. Distribution of assignment. Look at how much money, years, and people ain't getting no current. We're going to put it up. But let me bring in Money Captain, brother and friend, Colonel L. Raymond Gray. Sir.
Stanton, one of the reasons why some of us are still with you or with the show is because we don't allow people to run with narratives that as though we're subject to the interpretation of life. Firstly, the LEC is an autonomous agency. By extension of that, go and see what autonomy means. It means it stands on its own to make decisions. It's not under the auspices of the President of the Republic of Liberia per se, legally. And when we say a board, it's not a one-man board. When Mami is running helter skelter with this, he appointed himself as though it's a one-man board. I want to believe the board of LEC comprises of a number of individuals. If at some point they came together and decided to elect one of their own as the head of a particular initiative, that is their prerogative. It's not Money Captain's. It's a joint decision. A few months ago, we came here, we said Mary Brown was double dipping. A few months after that died down. I'm suspecting that Mary Brown called and talked to some people. And so that killed the situation down. But, maybe we're finding ways to bring money on the show, but money is not going to come on the show. Money is not going to come on the show, and that does not make him guilty either. The fact about the matter here is he has made it clear that he's not collecting remuneration for board fees and all of that. And those are all things that we tied into a contract with the World Bank. There's so many do's and don'ts you cannot engage in. So why are we belaboring this matter with Money Captain? We understand the enormous work that Money Captain jointly with Madame Brock, the glorification they brought to the business after they were paying some other $600,000 a month. Can you imagine? You cut that by peanuts. You gave somebody who is doing even more than who was there before. Still one making noise. Look, not because Monet is my friend or Center is my friend or Glendia is my friend. So when they are in a situation, automatically I will side with them or they're guilty. That's not how life works. So I think we have to ease up this issue a little bit. Go back and read the guy's note. Sam and I said it. I know Monet. Money will never impose himself. But look, that guy is one of the luckiest people, or maybe blessed. If he wants a job today, will get a job. I know the guy. I know the guy. Go Ghana is more known there at Legon than anywhere else. That's the guy who ran the MCC, the Millennium Challenge. So he got some tenure under his belt. He's one of our best. Few days ago, we were rambling over a girl who could not even prove a bachelor's degree. But we felt like she was okay. Today now will come somebody who have proven track record going to make noise. I will not support that. Not because he's my friend, but it's because whatever he writes or whatever he has written is the fact. He has spoken with the chief the president. They got their own contract. You want him to kind of divulge information here? That's not who we need. I will not even do that.
Thank you. Uninterrupted, you spoke, and please do not interrupt anyone when they're speaking. We want to appreciate this program because everyone can say what they want to say with respect to the rules and laws that govern this program. If you want a copy of our rules and laws, just ask, we'll share with you. Thank you, Colonel Ed Remy Gray. The man that says shoot on sight, Percy Yeke. Killed him immediately without question because he's carrying a gun. But that's okay. Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Minister,
I'm a soldier, man.
Let me do my own. No, you finish. You finish. I beg you. You finish, please. All right. So, Colonel Gray, and you see everybody was beating you on Facebook. You said my kid man immediately because he carrying arm, but that's okay.
But something here
But let's move on. So I said though, there's something about Money Captain, and I love for us to take the friendship. He's not being transparent enough. I know you will defend him, but Liberian people will hear us and decide. You cry about LDC every day, Asido. You, Asido, cry about LDC every day. The situation here remains. Something just not right. Money Captain was given a straightforward instruction: get out. January 22nd, 2024 at 12 noon, get out. If the president, Joseph Yima Boaka, asks him to stay, it's up to Joseph Yima Boaka. But if not, then he's in error. Money Captain cannot tell us that he's on a contract, but Joe, we appointed him. How does that work? We appoint you and you'll be on a contract at the same time? Talk to us, Minister Doe. Please do talk to us. We're not hearing you. Nelson, can you give him volume, please? Nelson?
He looks like he's muted.
No, that's okay. They got it. Nelson, can you give him volume? Is he there? Can he come on? Nelson, can you come on? Or Damo, whosoever that is in studio?
Okay, I'm here.
He's here.
Please give me volume.
Are you hearing me?
Is he okay?
Yes, but I don't know why y'all both got to be on for us to hear him. Can you work on it? But Mr. Doug, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. See, I know my internet was giving problem from home, and we come and start doing GoFundMe now to buy internet and stuff like that because we are not employed anymore. But let's go to the issue. On my way here, you were discussing something. CEO, like I've always said, I'm not going to be here to be this defend, or criticize. No. There will be times we defend, there will be times we criticize when it is legitimate. I really don't want to go much into if Mr. Captain was appointed or he got contract. Well, I don't know much about that. We can, do more investigation and see what it is. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the money thing you were discussing, the salary. I'm not against his profession or his qualification or the workload or if he can do the job. That's not my concern. But see, personally, I believe every country is distinct. Our country, Liberia, being as poor as it is, I don't believe anyone should be making that kind of a big money. I don't believe so, personally. And as a person who's done it, personally, I had very big fights with World Bank a lot of times because I did not think the proposal of salaries and the big money they will be proposing to give people should be necessary. I mean, Not because they're paying somebody 50,000 in Rwanda means the other person in Liberia should be paid the same 50,000. I do believe Liberia is a different country, a distinct country. We have a lot of problems here, especially when you are in a position that concerns public service. If you went to EcoBank and EcoBank pays you 100,000 per day, that's on you. But to be doing something that concerns the public in a country where we have all of this problem, personally, I don't believe anybody should be paying that sum of money. And I know you guys were talking about double dipping. I don't know where it came from, but I do know no one should be taking pay from one place and taking pay from other place within the same government. Well, again, people can have top up that I know, but taking pay here and taking pay there is not something that we should encourage. But on the issue of the salary and thing, I think it is way overboard.
Thank you very much. You know what? Let me say this, Minister Doe, and I want us to please go to the phone line and hear from Liberian people. I want us to incorporate them in this conversation. It will be very important. A lot of questions remain. Money Captain said he had a contract that was signed by the minister, but yet and still George Manaway appointed him. That's the first thing. He needs to be very clear. Money Captain said he spoke with the president, Jose Yimam Bwaka, but he cannot share with us. We are not asking him to share the information with us. But we are only saying that he asked you to remain as a caretaker till he can find somebody else. Money Captain said the World Bank is paying him, but yet it's still on the board as chair. He was receiving 250,000. Right now, every month he receives 17,500. Is Money Captain still receiving money as board member? These are questions that need answer. Where's your contract document? I mean, take friendship out of this thing. So I will let Mame to take us to the phone line, and then we want to hear from Liberians. Then we can talk about any other issue. We know today Jose Yimam Bwaka had a drugs tax, he and his minister and his vice president. We know other stuff is happening. Minister Doe, can you tell Nelson to turn off the phone in the office? You're having some interferences, please. So what is going on is that we need Liberians to participate. When we open the phone line, we will call you. But let's close up on this thing. I'm confused, Mame. There's something too deep. Let me pull this up. Let Liberians look at this. Let's read this to them. Is this what we are settling with? You know what JEP means, right? There you go, JEP Incorporated Distribution. Look at these things on the cluster. Don't listen to what Sam Jackson want to tell you. That Joe Wiatan, they didn't do chicken. Let's listen to what was presented to the transition team by the same Money Captain. Somebody said, why you didn't talk about Mary Bro? We spoke about Mary Bro. Mary Bro was receiving pay from GSA, and Mary Bro was consulting also. We know the amount of money Mary Bro was making, and she's continuing to make on Money Captain. So what's going on with our country when we ask for change? JEP, a company that's supplying Bon County on March 10, 2023, the management of LDC entered into a 5-year distribution asset assignment and power supply agreement with JEP Incorporated. You know who owns JEP? You know who they own?
Yeah. Yes.
No. We're not asking you, Pape.
You ask questions.
Liberian people, Pape. You say all my questions are rhetorical, so you will not answer the other questions. So please, you have no answer to any of my questions tonight because they will all be rhetorical to you. So the issue remains that for the operation of electricity network in Bon County, on the same date, LDC signed an amendment agreement with JEP Inc. for the NEMA distribution area for 15 years and an optional 5 years extension. On July 6, 2023, LDC signed another amendment agreement with JEP. That's the third one for the bond distribution area for 50 years and optional for 5 years. You know how much money they're giving them? And I want you guys to really come back tomorrow because we have all the documents as to how much they gave in JEP, who owned all three different contracts in less than a month apart. For doing what? And the people are still in darkness. How much money Money Captain giving these people? Why Money Captain feel there is the need to give it to only one company called JEP? Let's go to the LIB Energy distribution contract. On March 30th, 2023, the management of LEC entered into the 5 years distribution access assignment and power supply agreement with LIB Energy for the operation of electricity network in Maryland, Grand Julia distribution area. Now, it will hit you if I call the owner of this company name. You know who owned the LIB Energy? Uncle Sam Ishin to talk. So talk now, Uncle Sam. Let me take you.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
And I would say this because you don't know, but let me help the Liberian people. The same individual that owned East International that had problem with the RIA highway, that's the same individual who owned this company.
What's her name?
Kevin. The same Kevin, the young man. I'm not frowning with Kevin. I'm not mad. But something about this that Liberians need to know. The same Kevin. Now, they say, oh, it's not my guy that owns East International, it's Kevin and his people. The same Kevin. That Kevin operation, LIB Energy. So you see, Liberians, when we're saying this thing for a reason. We have these documentations. LIB Energy is owned by the same Kevin that couldn't complete the RIA East International role. Why are we doing this to ourselves, folks? We'll tell you who owns all this company. So they gave the man a 5-year contract to go to Maryland, Grand Julia, the southeastern region. And on October 1st, 2023, this is interesting, few days to the election, right? LEC and LIB Energy signed an amendment agreement for 15 years on an optional 5-year extension. In the same amendment agreement, LEC waived 75% to 50% to 25% of the bill due the corporation from LIB Energy for October, November, December 2023. And you know how much they gave them? Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. So if you don't know some of these things, you'll help us and we help you for we all to come to our understanding. Why are we still doing this thing to our country? Let's go to everything we know. Since 2016, LEC turned over the electricity network in Nimba to Jungle Energy Power, JEP Incorporated, for operational maintenance and development of the Nimba distribution area. In 2022, LEC also turned over the distribution network in Bond County to JEP and Grand Julia and Maryland to LIB Energy Incorporated, respectively. This makes the beginning of private sector participation in the electricity distribution market. Are they working in the interest of the Liberian people? Are they fulfilling their contracts? We'll be discussing with you how much money this company is receiving. And the last meeting a few days ago that was held, sometime last week, what was said in that meeting? What was promised them? Mame, please, Liberians need to talk to us tonight. So you go ahead. We give everybody 30 seconds and we'll go to the phone line.
Yes, Stanton, I was concluding on the last part of your statement. I'm sorry, I will not speak on this thing because of the time. And the time that I want to spend my time on Mr. Katan. What Mr. Katan and others are doing in Liberia, they wouldn't do it in any country. Anywhere they wouldn't do it. Mr. Jackson knows that. You can't do it in America. You can't do it in any developed country. Don't fool our people. We're not stupid. The reason why they set up boards on corporation is to provide oversight on management so that they ensure management live and act in accordance with the policies and the rules so that the company is effective and efficient and deliver the services to the people. Nobody can be chairman of the board at the same time CEO. Who do you report to? You go to board meeting and preside over yourself. You chairman of the board and supervise yourself. Mr. Katan wouldn't do that in America. He wouldn't do that. Ghana will not allow it. You say you have a contract with who? Do you have a contract? When I came on the show, I said the president appointed you. And the president said all presidential appointees should leave. The president appointed you as chairman of the board. Have you left the position as chairman of the board? Even if you have a contract as CEO of the company, you still serve as chairman of the board and CEO of the company. There's lack of accountability. There's lack of check and balance. You can't do it to anybody anywhere in the world besides Liberia. You can't do it to anywhere in the world besides Liberia. To have the chairman of the board of a company serving as managing director, CEO of the same company, paid separately, sits on the board and supervises his own activities, review his own activities. You wouldn't do it anywhere in the world. And it is because of that we experience the inefficiency at LEC. It is because of that inefficiency the service of the company to the people is poor. And that poor service, as we speak today, as we speak now on this live, women, children, students are in bed, fending themselves with copybooks. Lights are going off and on because of the inefficiency, because of the corporate corruption from the top, where there is no check and balance. The chairman of the board, the executive director, he reports to himself and his colleague on the board. Corporate governance, lack of corporate governance. It is because of that lack of corporate governance that the inefficiency is there. You talk about achievement, yes, you know the achievement. You owe it 13 million. I mean, say 13 million. As of November, 17 million. But now you owe it 13 million up to the time they provided that report. It is that debt of 13 million that has stopped the CI company from providing additional power to take the grid up to 50 megawatts. The company is willing to do it, as you saw in the report. The only reason why they're refusing to do so is because they feel that the government is a bad debtor. The government doesn't pay its debt. So they say, until you can pay your debt, we will not increase it to 50 megawatts. If they are increased it to 50 megawatts, our people wouldn't be suffering like the way they're suffering today. Why did we have to incur this debt? Because we take power that we're supposed to sell, make profit on, and pay the people money. We sell the power and don't pay the people money and expect government to pay. That's inefficiency. That's not progress. That's not success to boast of. A lot of things hidden at LEC. Until you can remove or send in an independent value to review what's happening, you wouldn't know. But like we said, and we meeting, Mr. Captain was appointed by the president as chairman of the board. He should leave as chairman of the board.
And I'll thank you very much, my man. Let me give everyone the 30 seconds. We got to go to the phone line, guys. Please, 30 seconds only. Don't be like my mate. He was heading the discussion on LEC, so we have to give him extra time. He's our cluster LEC guy, heading our own discussion. Glennie, JJ.
So what a spirited conversation. I think like I said earlier, it was good for Mr. Katam to respond. He did respond, but the response is just on the surface. We as in Liberians, some people may think we don't have the right to question him.
Oh yeah.
They may think that, we're probably digging into things that we have no business, or we don't have the expert knowledge on it. It's simple. A simple business process. You can't be a CEO and be the chairman of the board. Even if it was just a simple organization, it wouldn't happen. And I don't think we as Liberians wanting better for Liberians should continue to be biased when things just don't seem right and things are not done correctly. I would hope that there is a contract, because Monique Captain is not somebody I grew up knowing Monica Tam. It's not somebody that we don't know about in Liberia, not a man of stature in Liberia. He's a man of stature. People know about him. He can even compare him to, I don't know whether he and Sam Jackson, who's older, but Monica Tam people know about. He's not somebody small. So we expect that based on his character, based on all of the things that Sam Jassy and Conor Gray has said here, we expect that he does have a contract. I also want to say to Conor Gray, why it is that I may be your small sister, I don't think you will tell anybody, woman or man, to shut up. And what you said was you are going to hijack the show. And I said to you, you and who making the we, because I'm not intending to hijack the show. And so for you to refer to me on this international platform, I would like to say, because people watch all over, to say shut up was unacceptable by me. But I'm going to let that go. And I hope you don't do that again, because I respect you. Thank you.
Thank you for expressing that, Glendy, and I concur likewise. Thank you. Samuel?
Well, first of all, I have a great deal of respect for Honorable Ralph Money Captain. Ralph Money Captain and I were in Maputo, Mozambique in 2003 at the conversion of the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. He's a brilliant man. He's a man of great moral character. And like he said in his short piece to you all, that he will not be an interloper. He has a valid contract with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, validated and paid by the World Bank. He's not double dipping. He's not getting any compensation or remuneration from the LEC. He did a fantastic job, but he's faced with some serious obstacles, like the technical inefficiency of the Mankofi Hydro Dam, which the Unity Party government under Joe Boyka did, $357 million, $257 million from the Millennium Challenge Corporation, $100 million from the Norwegians, and another $500 million was spent in transmission and distribution by the European Union, the Japanese, and others. A nearly $1 billion investment, sunken cost, capital investment, with only 88 megawatt. The 38 megawatt Bushra plant was not part of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. That was a thing what the Unity Party government illogically said, small light today and big light tomorrow. That has been the strategic plan of the Unity Party government. That's why we don't have an integrated energy sufficiency plan for the Republic of Liberia. And these are the same people writing a cluster report. Is not rating on the high level basis. It doesn't cover all the bases. It only tells you the surface of what is happening. Ralph Money Captain made his point very clear that he is not an employee of the Liberian government, but rather a consultant, just like a management contract was given to Manitoba and ESBI. Thank you very much, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Fatima?
So I would just like to say that, what has happened to Liberia and the world is the internet. I want everybody who serves in any capacity or any level of government to be aware that this internet will expose you. What is happening is that we're going to be informed. Liberian people, their minds and their eyes out there wise. They will know these things and they'll make sure to hold people accountable. If it is simple, if it's not a 10-year position, the last president told you to leave. Unless this president asks you to stay, you must leave. It's plain and simple. And we who are here and the Liberian people will ensure that you guys are held accountable and you will explain yourselves. We're not just going to let it be business as usual, how people got away with things. I usually not get I usually not agree with a lot of people, but this is someone who's making tons of money, lots of money, and wants to remain there in power. Uncle Sam, I do not agree with that. I understand he's a professional. I understand he's all of this, but there are other young, brilliant minds, like you have said, and I have agreed, that can serve in that same capacity. So I believe that I'm so excited about this new day in Liberia, in Africa as a whole, that the internet will feed them knowledge, will explain to them what's happening, and people will make informed decisions. So whoever you are, wherever you are, and you know that you're holding position, piling people in this position, trying to overcrowd ministries, we will find out. We will make sure you are held accountable. So that's all I have to say to this. And
Thank you, Fatima.
One last skill, Conor Gray, as my vibe brother, I will join you to apologize to Glendy because I felt like it was not right as well to tell her to shut up on spoon. So I apologize on behalf of my vibe brother Glendy. Thank you, Steve.
Fatima. Thank you, Fatima.
Firstly, Glendy needs to go and take a listen. What I told her to shut up. She needs to go back and listen. Glendy are the kind of individuals who categorize manhood as under the feeling, under that level. The way she comes across on people, she's very condescending. She's very rude at times. And when we come on these shows, we're not come as someone's bad boy or someone's house boy. We come here as professionals, adults that should be addressed, equally across the board. Glendy has this very condescending way of talking to others, very dismissive. That egalitarian way of doing things, it doesn't cut across with somebody like me. Remember the bad response you said, look at that, look at that, look at him there. Those kinds of ways sometimes are the reason why certain people are single. You understand? I've kept a woman for 25 years and we're still going on, which means I respect womanhood. So I don't come about talking about, but let's go back to this issue. I'm not sure where this gentleman where he got his idea from, that nowhere in the world. That unilateral way of speaking, sometimes it comes across as very uninformed. You understand? Very smallish in terms of idea. JP Morgan Chase. Matter of fact, I posted something in the chat room about a study done by Harvard on joint CEO and chair of the board. It governs corporate structure. At least it's a corporate organization. That's why it makes it autonomous. Somehow, go back and see some of the companies they tag in there. They tag Cisco. Cisco has a joint board CEO chair. Sempra, JP Morgan Chase. Where's Mame coming from with his ill-informed and uninformed categorical statement that nowhere in the world? This kind of emphatic for very, very uninformed and ill-informed way of speaking sometimes is what driving our world to some extent. Look, in as much as you can bestow smartness with him, nobody has control over information. We all have to go back. Don't be speaking like you're some computer or AI. Nowhere in the world. Who speaks that way? You understand? So let him go back and take those statements in as much as well. Let him filter. I just posted an entire study by Harvard on how people will join corporate structure in our leadership arena. How to make more than people with single structure. So where is it coming from with nobody? Money Captain has made it clear. And I believe him. Look, Money would not have been there one day beyond a statutory time if he didn't have the mandate. Is it because it's money? Like I said, we were here yesterday trying to lift a woman who could barely defend her bachelor's degree. But because that's how we are in Nigeria with therapy. I'm not saying this because Money is my friend, or because Santa is my friend, or because Jackson is my friend. I'm saying this because we need to stop giving other people other standards other than others. Money Captain will not be there. Money does not. I don't think Money will force himself in any order because he wants to get $17,000. You think it's more, Fatima? They said somebody was there that was making $600,000 a month. What is 17 that the World Bank will pay? They underpay our guys. Somebody from Canada got $600,000 a month. Then they pay our guy who so learn in school $17,000 we're making noise. Why would we be raising our own? I disagree.
Thank you very much. Asido, please.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm not sure what prompted the discussion of LEC. My understanding is because since the rescue train took over, we've had a disastrous performance of the LEC, and so we thought to discuss LEC and bring all of the issues of LEC. But let us put things in perspective here. My own stand is that Liberia is a poor country. People should not be making big money like that. That is just fact. That's what I believe as a person. I think it is fair to do. But when it comes to the issue of LEC performance, whatever the reason for which we decided to just talk about LEC today will not change. I do believe lots of positive things went on in LEC for the fact that, one, we started with per kilowatt being 35 cents. It came down to 21 cents. That's leadership. Two, we started with 35,000 households getting connected to LEC, and we are at 140,000 households. That's positive. Three, we can list them going. So it tells me, leadership-wise, good things happen. We had 18 hours of electricity per day pre-rescue team. In rescue team, we have 6 hours per day in LEC. I am not sure if everything just changed overnight and it just went bad. I know we want to have all of discussion about LEC because we've been having the poorest of performance from LEC. People are crying all around the place with the heat here and there. We should not just change the goalpost simply because LEC is almost like when we're in the, I don't know which year they had LEC 1 hour a day thing. That will not change anything. My own stand, different from performance, is the issue of money. You get all of these big monies going here and there. I would have loved to make them. I wouldn't even be happy making big monies like this in countries like Liberia. And one other things I know Remy Gray talked about, the issue of chairman and CEO. I think you don't need to go beyond Google to know that it is something that happens across the world. You have had chairman and CEO in plenty places. Plenty. That is not accurable. That is not anything anyone can go behind the corner. That's possible. It has happened. It has been happening. It will always happen. So those are facts. My only thing is the level of money going here and there. And if someone is hired, let the person, let the person do their job. For LEC, over the time, LEC has been performing quite well. With the reduction in prices, with the amount of connections, with the amount of electricity flow. It is only since the rescue train came over, it's been so very poorly performing. And whatever we can discuss to change it around, is not going to change the fact that people are sleeping in heat, and it has been bad.
CEO, can I just have 30 seconds?
Let's do this too. We got to go to the phone line.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. I never really asked you for any 30 seconds. Please. Mr. Doe, I know you were saying that LEC, all of the problem is because of these 2 weeks of government that Joseph Boakai has had. But you guys owe LEC millions and millions of dollars. When you're providing electricity, collecting money from electricity, you still owe the light company millions of dollars that you left in the red. So for this government to be in power in 2 weeks and you're saying all of this LEC problem is theirs is not factual. It's a fallacy. It's something that is being made up. That's what I wanted to say to that. And second of all, for you to say that people have all these hours of electricity, but they were paying, and yet they were paying, and yet you guys were not paying any of the bills for LEC. So I just wanted to make that correction.
Thank you, Fatima. Let me say this. I'm going to say something briefly. We're going to open the phone line. If you want to hang with us, because I really want to hear from Liberians.
Well, I know, sis Fatima say that does not refer to me. That's what she say. I don't believe it. It is not correct, but she can have it.
All right, so let me move that. I think number one, let's get some things in place, which is so accurate. We're going to talk this in the back. But I don't know how you came in today, Conor Gray. And I hope you're not a Conor Gray that you should have come on the show. Something, I don't know, but I'm going to leave it. Again, we should just be mindful, man. If we all can joke and let's have the discussion in the back. I will ask Glendy, don't say anything. We'll later discuss this in the back. Let's just move on. Let's come to the LDC issue. I'm confused, and that's why we're having this conversation about LDC. Money Captain is not too clear. You can know him from rank of ages, or you can know him today. It's something about Money Captain that is not too clear. And I can only hope, like his friend Conor Gray said, he's not coming on spawn. Now we are protecting our own instead of protecting the Liberian people. If he comes on spawn, we prefer so. We will be happy to ask him questions. Or you can go on another network and take questions. But so to speak, I do agree that Money Captain owed the Liberian people some form of explanation. Did the President Joseph Yima Barker ask him to stay officer in charge while he found someone to replace him? That's my first question. Or is he only staying because he feels that he can stay and double day? Is he breaking the law? If President Joseph Yima Barker didn't ask him, why couldn't he leave like all the others when George Weah put out that letter? Why is he still there? How in the good heaven Money Captain will be making 17,500 United States dollars? 17,500 United States dollars a month, 210,000 a year. I don't know how much the president of Liberia makes, but again, it's concerning. I don't know how much the lawmakers are making, but again, it's concerning. I don't know how much the vice president making, but again, it's concerning. Is he a consultant? Or is he a president? Is he the chairman of the board and CEO and the president at the same time? Money Captain should openly explain these things to the Liberian people. It's troubling to have Mary Bro, my auntie, Mary Bro from GSA, while working as director for GSA and also a consultant to LDC. That's the same role. That's the same role Money Captain in. It's all of them having this dual capacity functions and receiving money at the same time from both areas. Why can't we talk about it? When will we put friendship aside, family aside, and talk about the Liberian people and fight for the Liberian people? When will we put our relationship that we were with them, send OAU, talk about time. So therefore we must be with them. Look at the contract to JEP, one floor. Look at the contract to LRB Energy from East International, Kevin. Look at those contracts. Look at the amount of money. Why? Who's running this thing on the ground? I mean, can this thing be properly explained? Millions of dollars given to this company. Who pushing for them? Who in government fighting for those people? Who part of the pay to play? Who part of the special interest? I mean, it's just a fair question. Do we have a senator behind the scene? Do we have somebody behind the scene, part of this corporation and taking a percentage home? Folks, it is concerning. I'm happy if a Liberian man put his hand up and say, I am the president and CEO of this company. I founded this company, and I'll be so happy. But if you're not performing, why you stay giving contract to those that are not performing? Why? Now, this is what our brother Conor Gray sent to us. Let me put it up for everybody to see. Conor Gray, is this what you sent to us, right? I believe it is. I just want to make sure. Conor Gray, am I right? We are not hearing you, so maybe if you want to unmute, then we'll hear you. But is this what you sent to us, Conor Gray?
That's partially what it is.
Okay, thank you. So, folks, let's read what Colonel Gray sent to us, justifying why Money Captain can serve as chair for the board and CEO. And I want you to decide. I'm going to read it, take my time. The two most authoritative positions in the boardroom are the CEO and the chairman. However, it's very important to consider this, however. When these roles are combined, all the authority is vested in one individual. There are no check and balances. There you go. And no balance of power. There you go. The CEO is charged with monitoring him or herself. Clean. Presenting an obvious conflict of interest. Indeed, if the CEO is responsible for running the company LEC, and the board is tasked with overseeing the CEO, who is Money Captain, decision in the interest of shareholder, how can the board properly monitor the CEO conduct if he or she is also serving as the board chair? So I don't know why you're sending this thing to me, Colonel Gray. This is supporting our argument. This is, right, Mama? This is supporting our argument.
You talk what supported your argument. Now go back and one point to that. This was a study. No.
Beg you, Colonel Gray. Ain't you finished? Colonel Gray, no. Colonel Gray, no. Don't interrupt me now.
Go back and look at the content.
Colonel Gray, I beg you, my brother. Please don't interrupt me. Let's do this thing good now. The first thing we read here, and all Liberians now begin to understand, this have supported our argument. If Money Captain is a chair on the board and he also a CEO, Money Captain got to get out. And also, let me add to this, which is very important. I don't think you can find this in government. Corporate environment, yes. The man can serve as CEO and chair on the board. That's other. But in government, under a government institution, you can't find this. You can show me anywhere. Yeah, in America, or somebody will be on the board and also CEO under the government of the United States. You cannot show me that. So let me say this, folks. Let's stop this game. Forget Sam Jackson. We know him. Forget Sam Jackson. Let's stop this game. It's bad for our country. And I think Money Captain owe the country an explanation. As we dig deeper, we're going to call Money Captain name. He needs to explain his role. He needs to explain why he stayed on that position. He needs to explain how this contract was awarded to folks receiving millions of dollars. He needs to explain how much he's making as a board member, how much he's making as being appointed by President Weah, how much he's making as contract given to him by the minister. 3 roles, 3 money coming into Money Captain. How much you making? Ain't nobody stupid yet. But guys, to go to the phone line, man. And we'll continue with this story tomorrow. That's why I said, though you're receiving current for only 4 hours a day. Because Money Captain still owe Ivory Coast $13 million. He agreed. Money Captain agreed with Ivory Coast. He agreed with 712. He said it was okay. They were paying, they were giving Ivory Coast current. He agreed with 712. And this thing continue to move from one step to another step, man. No. Don't okay me, we finish. You talk. No.
Yeah,
I said no.
Give me a second. Be fair to me.
I said no. I said no. You talk. Nelson, can you come and let's go to the phone line?
No, give me a second.
No.
Be fair to me.
No.
You gave Fatima seconds. Give me seconds to why are you not fair
I said to member, stop by. Nelson, can you come on?
Why are you not fair to me? Why?
Because it's in my game. I'm not fair to you. Look at you and look at Fatima. You don't want to give Fatima another 2 minutes and give you those seconds.
No, I just wanted to say first off, no one here can be correcting me on things that I know. If I say my own, you can say your own. But to say you won't correct me as if you know him more, no one is correcting me. And I'm not here to actually please those on the set. I'm here to come on. And I want to tell you, when the government came in, we met $9 million US debt on LEC that is going.
Nelson, come on. Nelson, come on, please. We got to go to the phone line. I said, "Oh, sorry, I'm not interrupting you." But we got to go to the phone line. I said, I have a phone call here. We're going to take this phone call because it's important. Hello, this is the Spoon Talk. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Spoon Talk. This is Mr. Phillips.
Can you lower your volume from your computer or your TV, please?
Yeah, I've already done so. This is Mr. Elkanah Al Phillips. How are you doing? I'm an energy expert serving the.
Hello?
Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's hear you out. You heard the conversation, sir.
I currently work in the oil and gas sector, in the energy sector here in the U.S., where I do a wide range of energy projects. I've been very, very vocal over the past year on this LEC issue as it relates to the management format organization that you're discussing tonight. The thing here is, the question to ask to all of the Liberians tonight is, did the citizens and the people of this country truly get their value for what they paid for under that World Bank contract for the management? That is the issue. That is the issue. Did we truly get the value for what we paid for? And at the last chat box that was put up, there is no doubt in any way, shape, or form that there is indeed a conflict. And on the issue of the contract in the position of the World Bank project leader for LEC, the question that needs to be asked everyone is the contract with an individual or is the contract with a position? Is the contract with a position or is the contract with an individual? Because if the contract is with the position, then it doesn't matter who is in that position. Because that person serves in that position based on that appointment through the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy with the World Bank. So if Mr. Stanton goes into that position, he then serves in that position, and that contract is with that position, not the individual. But I think that overall, when you look at the leadership, the management over the years of LEC, you'll see that there was no planning that was properly done. Because as I've always described, the situation that we're faced with is that this is the greatest power theft that was ever done and carried out in this country. Because people paid for electricity and they have not received their service. As you rightly said, that's the reason why we stand with a $17 million debt today. So the question now is, where did the money go? So if you're chasing people, if LEC is chasing people around and arresting them for power theft, even though they've paid for their tokens, then how is it possible that the management that was given the money to pay CLSG for 27 megawatts, and now we run a debt of 17 million?
Wow.
Then is that not described as power theft? Then who should be arrested? It can only be the CEO who also serves.
Philip, we'll continue on this conversation tomorrow. We ask you to join us if you can. I don't know where you're calling from, but
I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
Correct. So we're just 1 hour different. We can save the link because we got to go deeper into this LEC issue. You don't mind joining us tomorrow?
I will make the time available if possible.
I appreciate you greatly, and I really want you to come and join us because a lot of new information we are receiving from LEC that is so disturbing. And I will talk to you after the show. I want to compare those information and see where we are because, again, you raised a very unique point, but we cannot keep it too long because we got to hear from other Liberians.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before we go to the phone line, though, Mame, he raised power theft. Yeah. Power theft. He says it's not only going to a Liberian man knocking his door and say he's stealing current, but power theft is like now you're owing LDC up to 13, 17 million United States dollars. But then what happened to all the other money that coming in?
LEC is committing the greatest power theft in the country. Ordinary people just committing small power theft. If you can take power from your ally, or if you take power from your partner and you can pay, that's the same thing that people doing in the community. They take the power, they don't pay. That's the same thing. They connect them to their houses, they don't pay. They go and disconnect the sun so that current can enter in their house. That's power theft. You take it from other people too, you don't pay. And the whole contractual arrangement is you take the power, you sell, and pay the people money and take your profit. You sell, you pay the people money and take your profit. But you keep selling, you can't pay the people and expecting government to pay for you. Then after 6 years, you come and brag and say you succeeded. And because of your failure to do so, the additional megawatt we needed to take up to 50 to be able to provide sufficient power for our people, we can't get it. The company is saying they can't provide until we pay their debt. That is why it's recommended in the cluster report that the president should go to find
negotiate,
to go and negotiate and talk with the people on settlement agreement.
Let's open the phone line, folks. Let's open the phone line. This is very bad for Liberia. This is so bad, regardless who is government. I think if you're looking at Money Captain performance and those groups that he brought with him, then Liberia can decide. This is the major power theft industry in the country. This is huge. Nelson, can you open the phone line? Let's talk to our fellow Liberians, please.
Yeah, so 05551011075 is the number. 05551011075. I will pin the WhatsApp on the screen here as well, so that.
Yeah, I want you to take 10 from Liberia real quick, and then we come to those outside of Liberia. So we want to hear from Liberia under the heat, under the suffering. Not blending that in your living room or bedroom on air condition. There's no need for me to hear from her right now.
Hello?
Okay, so we take our first call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello. Yeah, my name is Andrew Menzo, calling from Soul Clinic Asian Community.
Please go ahead.
CEO, I'm so grateful that you can have this program tonight. You know, LC, Mr. Kantam been doing all our things to Liberian people that is not necessary. To get current in the country is you're signing a blood test, something, and it's not necessary. You get for like 2-3 hours, and then another new thing for $20. Okay, for a common man like me, we'll put $20 on my phone, and then thinking I can use my $20 for like 2 or 3 months. And then using our current for 2 or 3 months, my current don't finish. The 2-3 months I use that current for one, go back to go and recharge again. They'll tell me, say, for now, recharging for all that amount a month, I should be able to pay like $30 or $40. It's so bad. Wanna recharging.
Thank you.
I don't know what. Thank you for. I know because of Capinta. And then Mr. Doe, I think you know me personally. I'm Andrew Menso, and then I'm a model success that role you before. I believe in you, and then I know vision of serving this government. Don't mind what Money Captain doing, please. I beg
Thank you.
You are a big brother that I got hold our trust for.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live.
How are you, sir? God bless you. Nice and collect. And blessed by on the show. This is Joseph Jackson from Duboro. You know, this thing is not surprising. You know, I love Mr. Doe. I love his voice. Even when he left the radio, this radio, I love his voice. But the truth is, Mr. Doe, I'm begging you, please, for Christ's sake, don't do this thing. You know your government what they did. I think it's all around the place. We were right here 2002 when Chatelaw said they wanted to do something. We all pleaded for Josh Ria. We sit down here, I mean, Money Captain doing all kind of things here. But please, for Christ's sake, this is not right for us. We love you so much. So do I know you from the other side? We from the other side. God bless you and have a safe day.
Thank you.
Defend Liberia. God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Hello, you're live. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say thank you to CEO for the great information provided tonight. But I want to be very frank with the Spoon FM family. I don't think it is necessary that this platform be used to cover a friend who is causing great damage to Liberian people. We take all our time to monitor the show up to this morning hour in Liberia. Now it's almost after 12 a.m. I will be out listening to the show, and then to have someone on the show who will be causing us problems, that will be provoking us. And one of your hosts is I don't think it's in the interest of the country. To have somebody who is making $3,325,000 money, then you on the show, and all because it's because I know he's a friend, and you want to call off for him. They are not in the interest of the young brotherhood for friendship. I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you.
And second, I want to urge the CEO, though he close to this power that be, but I think it is time that he go about preaching the thing about Liberian people, then being close to Joseph Boakai was opposition for 6 years, and he won the election after 1 month. So I think it was necessary to have people that would give strategic plan to offices. But now, to see them up to now, there's no one to air the CO that. It's no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Are you there? Hello.
Yeah, good evening, my brother.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Clarence came and we're calling from Ghana.
Okay.
Thanks so much for family. You know, some of the information we are getting, especially Katan, getting money from everywhere. You see how Liberia struggling with the LEC. The entire street down, no street lane. Hey, let me be very frank with Mr. Doe and Mr. Johnson. You people are not doing well for us. You people are not really doing well for us. And especially Mr. Johnson, the age you have over in your political life in Liberia, and you're supposed to be educating the youth. You're supposed to be educating the youth. If you truly loving the country here, but some of you are proving to us that you only value what you're getting.
Thank you.
If you are true citizen of the country, I think educate the youth. You see, all the youth, CDC government have made a draw list. Yeah, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie, are you there? This person. Hello? You're live.
Yes, good evening.
Let's hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me say good evening to CEO and the other panelists. My name is Henry M. Gray, and I'm the co-chair for administration for the Rescue Protector in Cloud District 14. And just to defend things that are not true, they're not sounding any truthfulness. You know, it is difficult. Just imagine CEO appointing for LEC just to come in my house. CEO, since August of last year up to current, I can get LEC. I can get it. So I don't know. Who are those whom have getting current that former Minister Doe just leaving all type of number for us. And Minister Doe and Mr. Jackson, you people, you have saved the government. They can get all of the recommendations to give to 11 people. Then I think it's better they just look at Boakai government. They just go smoothly.
Thank you.
And let me end on this. Yeah, let me just end on this quickly. Let me congratulate Mo Ali for his appointment and also one of the biggest promoter of Boakai, which is Honorable Eugene Fagon. We love you guys. We hope you guys will come and serve 11 people. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your contribution tonight. We take this person. Hello? Yes, please go ahead. You're live.
Saki, I call from the Freeport of Monrovia. Hello?
You have to turn down the volume of your receiver. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. You're live.
Yeah. My name is Justina Solomon.
Can you turn down the volume of your radio? I'm hearing myself.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I want to talk because this country, we are not love ourselves. The lack of love that will make we are suffering in this country.
Mm-hmm.
We are very suffering because we not love one another. You are innocent tonight. I listen to what they say. One person in the country, you take it 17,000. Other people are suffering. Some people, for me, are selling in real life market. The one who is suffering foreign business in the country all along. We're not able to get nobody that can audit everybody in this government. Everybody doing themselves the way they want to do it. That was suffering all because we not love one another.
Thank you.
Just imagine left out for me that late night air condition, but we in the darkness from the time I put $50 in my phone.
I put it in a CIU. We can't able to get current.
Thank you.
Nobody we can't able to help us. If we're coming to love one another, our country is small. We're not expecting the country to be full like this.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
because of no love, now
Thanks a lot.
Nigerians are suffering. Because anybody, when they sit down, they will be looking at their friends, they look at their family, they're not looking at the poor people. And which is not good to be country like that. You can't choose and do this, you do they want.
Okay.
We're coming to get way forward. What are 2, 3, like Mary Bro? I really appreciate Mary Bro.
Thank you very much, man. We have to take others. Hello, you hearing me? Hello. Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. Let's have the time to take others as well. There are so many people trying to call in. Hello, you are live. Please say your name and where you call from.
Yes, thanks very much, Colette. And I say a pleasant good night to the Spoon family and the rest of Liberia.
Yeah.
LCS had previous before Carter came in, but Carter has turned the place as if it's some campaign ground. He running in wherever you go to distribute current, he will have a program, and it's almost like he's running campaign where he be in that position as it stands, as for the ex-president or executive order. So Carter has to leave, and the money he's making is too much. We have a very small economy, and the Liberian people are suffering. Carter has to leave. Carter has to leave. Imagine both on the show accusing DFB of being responsible for the 6-hour current that we're receiving. The software we are going now, where Captain was appointed by Josh Riyad, and we still have Captain there who is managing the corporation. It is wrong. Captain has to leave.
Thank you, sir.
These are the sport system.
Thank you. Let's leave you there and take another person. 0555101075. Hello.
Good morning.
Please be audible a bit. Your name and where you call from, sir.
My name is Usman Kumar, calling for Rosary Committee of Opposition to West.
Go ahead.
Sometimes those people do something that will be hurting our feeling. That's what I mean to do. But I'm not playing because I believe it's not worth more. We getting chance to come on our show and be hurting our heart all day. Even now I'm speaking to you, saying now, small cold break from my body to get cool so that you go there. Then you sit down on our show, you be telling what things that will be hurting our feeling. But I'm playing, I believe start with us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Anthony. I call from Congo Town.
Please go ahead.
This current issue here, is not just the current alone, for all the things that the people are doing to us in this country. One day, all of them, all I have to say is that once they consider all of those things to people in this Senegal country, we got the meter, the brother, so ratting meter, then when sometimes the current finish you put inside, it will never take it. Someone in the CIU will get misbehave. I don't know why are they saying the one man with 17,000 to get meter then are coming from LEC. It is not correct at all. It can just malfunction when you're ready. It can just get in negative, crediting money by itself where you not the money. As soon as you get money, you put it inside. These are the people in the country will live in a city before the country comes. Before the country will be better in the country.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Rodney Joshua, call from Tupelo.
Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
The studio guests, I want to appreciate everyone on set, and I also want to say the EC issue is very serious. So paying $50 for meter, and guess what? Your CIU blow off. You go, you read a letter, they say you do a letter, you do a letter. I mean, you will just be going back and forth until you don't want to steal current, but you will end up doing power theft or something like that. And you got money captain making $210,000 and right the women hospital in Duboro, there's no bed for people to lay down on. Liberia, what are we going to?
Thank you.
I mean, thank you so
sir.
much, man.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from? You're live.
Hello.
Can you turn down the volume of your radio, please?
Yes.
I'm still hearing myself.
You hear me now?
Okay, it's much better. Please go ahead.
Senator, I want to say thank you for the spoon. And I must congrats Mr. Captain. He's really doing well from the time he took over LDC. I live on the GSC road, been in business for I don't know how many years. When Mary took over, I tried to go to Borough to get meter, and it was on time. I got my meter and I recharged, and I see LDC now because well, I don't know how many years we've been in darkness. But Liberia and Liberians, we are not appreciative. Since we're not welcome at the same time we want it to welcome. That's why we are looking. So for me, for every time, it is now I'm enjoying quarry in GSA Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We take another person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Thompson in Gibson, and I call from a peaceful residence community.
Thompson, please go ahead quickly, sir.
Yeah, my attention has been drawn to the issue of LDC. You know, it baffles me when I hear people pause and say that we should appreciate money content. Are we kidding ourselves? 17,000 being earned by somebody, 210,000 in per year, and each country as we speak. LDC has just left our community. Let me just bring you to what is happening. The issue of LDC has increased the criminal rate in our community. We cannot go to bed. We cannot sleep because the moment you lay your head to sleep, the criminal come and check your door, check your window, and take everything you are living for within the year. So we want to raise this issue. We are sending this to President Bouaka that money can to go and definitely.
Oh, too bad we lost him. Apparently.
Can you just take 2 more calls? From there we have to leave, please.
Okay. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello. Are you here? Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I'm from Soklin.
Kesele, please go ahead, sir. You're live.
Yeah, my other point is the one of your panelists, Acid Jackson. Acid Jackson is a very bad apple.
Not Acid Jackson, though. Acid Doe.
Acid Jackson. Acid Jackson is the reason why.
Acid Doe, correct him.
Is it Acid Doe or Samuel Jackson? Which one?
Samuel Jackson. Samuel Jackson.
Okay.
Because you made a man to escape Acid Doe. You saw put on Acid Doe.
Once you get people in the Samuel Jackson there around, you know, that's why keep this country like this.
Thank you.
It's very bad model. When you I can lower the radio and I want my children to listen to himself because the output is too bad.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We want to appreciate all of you. See, a lot of people called tonight. Nelson, thank you a lot. Thank you. A lot of folks called tonight because it's the beauty of this program. You know, the reason why we are not taking your call in the diaspora, we just understand us. This is about those that are back home, sleeping in darkness. The other gentleman said, I got to go outside to take cool air before I go sleep. You know, these are some of the things we always say. It's just bad for our country. But the question remains, who keeping Money Captain where he is? Why is he there? Does he have a contract? Was he appointed? Is he been paid by World Bank, by the government of Liberia through LDC? The major means of power theft. Like Philip said, he will be joining us tomorrow. Huge power theft. I mean, and you knocking on the poor Liberian people door and say you won't go check the meter, but the person that creating power theft, they are right there. Mary Bro should be asking Money Captain and holding him for power theft. I mean, this is bad for our country. This is something that, for me, I'm going to ask my question. I'm going to ask Vice President Jeremiah Cohn, who keeping money captain. I'm going to send a message to those that in authority to ask them, why is he still there? Is he officer in charge? Then, like Glenny said, put it on the paper. Give it to, what's the lady named, the press secretary Kula. Let she put it on Facebook. Let know that officers in charge LDC money captain. Don't listen. Don't withdraw our question from different strain. We need to know, folks. Money captain making 17.5 million thousand, 17.5 thousand, 17,500 every month, 210,000. We will continue on this story tomorrow, folks. Again, like I said, we are here to just tell it as it is. No favor, no friendship. We'll say from here for 6 years, we'll be here, we'll be saying it. Then when the 6 year finish, then we'll roll over again to another 6 year by God's grace. Inshallah. Mommy, if I say inshallah, and I right? I got it right, Mommy. Inshallah.
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mommy. Let's close. We're closing now. Huh?
No, our friends, the caller called my name. I thought you have given me a little second to just say something.
No, but we're closing. Let's just close.
You say let your be name, man. Just leave it.
But let's close. Mama, you go first. I beg you guys, let's do the just 1 minute or 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, we maintain our position. If Mr. Captain has any contract, it is not a contract to serve as chairman of the board of Liberia Electricity Corporation. The chairman of the board of the Liberia Electricity Corporation was appointed by the President of the Republic of Liberia. Any other contract is in different capacity. We maintain that serving as chairman of the board, at the same time serving as managing as CEO, undermines the fundamental principles of separation of power, check and balance, and supervision. The act establishing the Liberia Electricity Corporation calls for a board to supervise management. That's why it calls for, and there's a reason why it did that. It did that because it wanted the activities of the management to be supervised by the board so that the management remains intact. Because that corporate governance was broken, and the manager is now the chairman of the board supervising himself, that's the reason why LEC is inefficient, LEC is ineffective. The inefficiency and the ineffectiveness is leading to post-service delivery, accumulation of debt, like the 13 million they can't pay, and that accumulation of debt and post-service delivery is causing our people now listening to us to be in darkness, fending themselves with sheets, get their phones off, and struggling because of electricity deficiency. The solution to this problem is for the president to immediately appoint a board chairman and management team at LEC. Immediately, whatever capacity Mr. Carter, whether you get contract with anybody, the position of a board chair is not a contractual position. The president should appoint a board chair, management team to move in and stabilize the situation. Mary Bro and Katan, both of them are into double dipping. Mary Bro was serving as GSA boss. Katan hired her at LEC. It's a flagrant violation of our law. Double dipping. And a part of the reason why the president is issuing press release calling on people to bring back vehicle, because she abandoned her responsibility at GSA. Thank you.
Much. Glendy, you got anything to add? We're leaving you.
No, I don't have anything. I'm good. Good show.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
By God's grace. Samuel Jackson.
Well, first of all, once again, I will send my consultancy project from LEC to the group chat, so you can see that.
How much you are paying? How much you are paying?
I got a master's from LSE because of that.
How much you are paying?
Yeah, I pay LEC 60,000 for my master. But anyway, that's a different story. So I will send y'all so you can see my research, my methodology, and my recommendations on electricity access in the city of Monrovia and how it impacts something called social cohesion. All the argument we're having here tonight, because we have a serious issue with electricity, energy penetration in Liberia. The Unity Party government got $257 million from MCC, $100 million for the Norwegians, and between $400 to $500 million from the EU, the Japanese, and others for transmission and distribution. And they only produce 138 megawatt plus the one at the Bourgeois plant. That's not a holistic, comprehensive energy development policy. You're paying CLSG, which is federally
Pape, World Bank, all the money they're eating from World Bank are free.
Let me
You know
finish
they
now.
gotta get the money back. Was that part of your consultant report? Well, listen, the thing is not free. Money captain
why you always say
$500. Glenny, as if to say free, my man. The government will put it back.
Let me learn.
Come on, man. Send Dota. You've been eating this money and Glabra government been putting it back. You just did a paper. They gave 25,000. We'll pay it back again. But you lose 25,000. Come on, man.
Okay, so I will not deal with issue like man hours and how many it costs per hour for an expert at my level. So that's a different story. We're not going to talk about it. Let's just talk about Money Captain electricity. Money Captain is a consummate professional. I've worked with him together. Money Captain is making a small fraction of the amount of money that was paid to Manitoba and the Irish group, I think ESBR, a very small fraction. Right now, your own cluster paper say the chief operating officer is getting $27,000 a month. But because Money Captain is from FIAMA, $17,000 is too much for him. Because $10,000 for Sony Wen, $25,000 for the 3-page paper is too big for me. That is the reason why we don't have economic empowerment in Liberia.
The reason why you're saying that, because we really don't care who the person is, what they're from. No. Giving that amount of money to Money Captain, $210,000, and he cannot deliver, that's a shame.
No, it's not
That's
a shame.
That's our argument. That's
World
our argument.
Bank,
You can come from Sony West. You can come from Gibraltar. You can come from Noam Panton. You can come from anywhere. You can come from under the sea and Niji. But giving you the money and you are not delivering, that's a disgrace.
The World Bank put out a request for proposal. A request for proposal means you have to send your capability statement.
Let's go home, man.
And the chairman of the board apply. And the chairman of the board apply.
Chairman of the board apply for the position.
Yes. That's what Money Captain said in his response. It was a competitive process.
The chairman of the board say, I will apply for a good position because I know how much I will be making. The chairman of the board spoke to the president and spoke to all his people around here and say, y'all appoint me. Don't make me to go. So I agree. I will interrupt you, but your time is up. Your time is up.
No, my time is not up.
Of the board apply for
that. It was a competitive process. It was a competitive process. Money Captain was deemed the most qualified, the most efficient for that money. That 17,500 is a pittance. It's a
who was making the determination? He was a chairman. He made the determination who qualified.
A job.
No.
He made the determination as to who qualified because he was the president.
Was the one
that
made that requirement in terms of how much is to pay that.
We have the information.
Your senior brother, the Marine, is speaking. Please hold on here. Your senior brother is speaking. Please hold on.
Okay, so
I've led a garrison to war. I don't know about what I meant. How many soldiers he led to war? Which battle?
Oh, so you said it, man.
I'm a tested soldier, my brother.
So Samuel Jassy is not a soldier.
I'm not a soldier. It's okay. Anything you say. Conor is my friend. His father is a friend of mine. His father was a friend of mine. And I respect him highly, and I'm not going to talk about
the message not a Syria, you're in war. You run away. The message not a Syria.
I agree. Anything you say. So the issue at hand is that Money Captain deserves the pay that he gets. It is paid by the World Bank. It is not paid by the Liberian government. And Money Captain, if you look at the last 2 years since his ascendancy to the chief executive officer, and let me just be very clear. Mame, executive chairman of a board. Okay, while you may disagree with it, but 20% of the major companies around the world have executive chairman of the board. That means executive chairman
doesn't call for that. No, don't confuse people yet. Don't confuse anybody, Uncle Sam. The statute establishing the structure, establishing LET doesn't call for that, and there's a reason why. The reason why it doesn't call for that is because they want check and balance.
Take your argument to the World Bank. Take your argument to the World Bank and take your argument to the people who are paying it. But the bottom line is Money Captain is an efficient manager. He's demonstrated that. He's not responsible for the technical problems associated with LEC building a dam that 2/3 of the power evaporates during the dry season. Thank you. God bless you in Stanton. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm on my way to Liberia so I can see my sister Fatima Salif. She is so pretty. She is so gorgeous. I can't wait to see her in person. And I will see
she's not in Liberia.
She in Liberia?
No, she's not.
Oh, okay. I was looking forward to taking her and my wife to a dinner when I get to Liberia because I want to be in the company of beautiful people. Huh?
I would come.
We're going to eat
I will.
So Nata way, Kobamu way,
Baika Kuma.
Okay.
Go ahead, Fatima. Do your closing now.
So I mean, I think it was a good show. It was a really good, informative show. But at the end of the day, like Uncle Sam said, I'm quoting Uncle Sam, my own beloved Uncle Sam. He said, "This is the era for progressive people like Money Captain and the rest of them need to retire." He wants young boots, strong boots on the ground, moving the affairs of Liberia. Uncle Sam, what he said? That's what we're doing.
No, I didn't put Money Captain inside there. I'm putting him there.
He said he wants young people, young progressives with fresh ideas to ensure that Liberia moves forward. And this is how we're looking. I always say, everyone serves at the will and pleasure of the president. If the president is just telling Mr. Captain to hold on because he said that he's had conversations with our president, until at which point he can put someone to LEC, then that's fine. But according to what the last president said, he asked all heads of entity to resign. What makes Mr. Captain different? Is it because of the $17,000 a month? Well, Liberia is a poor nation. We need people who will work hard for the sake of the Liberian people, not to always take away. He expressed in a note to Conor Gray that he will leave as soon as he's asked. He's not forcing himself. We agree you're not forcing yourself. So tomorrow morning, don't come back. Leave LEC to those that will run the entity work to benefit our people, because our people are suffering. They're sleeping in darkness every day. So I wish everybody, thank you all for coming to watch this network. This network is our network. It's the information age, and Spoon will give it to you live and direct without filter. Thank everyone for watching. Good night.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Conor Gray.
Firstly, let me diffuse the idea that Mr. Captain should resign. Resign as what? As chairman of the board? He was appointed by the president. Is that what he should? Or he was hired by World Bank to do a piece of job. So he's still employed with the World Bank, but you're telling him to resign as chairman of the board. He was not appointed by the board. He was appointed by the president of the Republic of Liberia. so he can resign as chairman of the board, but now as employee of World Bank. So let's get that straight. And then secondly, if you go, I think the guy name is Adolfo Stalu, the bank governor. He serves in dual capacity. He's the governor of the bank, at the same time is chair of the board. So that diffuses any argument that it can't happen nowhere in the world. That is one capacity where somebody is serving a dual capacity. He's chairman of the board, and at the same time, he's governor of the bank, which is on the head of the bank. And let's go back to this idea. I'm not here defending anybody. Look, money captain could be anybody. Could be anybody that's serving that capacity. I stand for the truth. For me, I don't play with. Look, yesterday the statement I made, I stand by it. If we have people who are breaking our laws to the extent where they undermine the authority, I don't joke with those kind of people. I'm a GI. You know, my orientation is different. I say if I had been Sam Gay, I would have issued even a subsequent order that is bigger than that. Because you know what? You have to set example in order for society. This country is still lawful like this. People didn't play. Why are we playing with our law? Go like you and go try to drive. People climbing on the sidewalk with their car. That is reserved for pedestrians. They're climbing, they're coming towards you. You can't tell the east from west bank. Street. So we have a country where the law and order is completely broken down, completely. So I made that statement. I stand by it, and believe me, if I have the authority, that country will straight up. I don't care. You can make any statement about what you want to feel about me. But when it comes to Moni Captain, I think Moni can resign as chair of the board because the president asked him to. They all serve in that capacity at the will and pleasure of the president. But he's also an employee of the World Bank. Now, if you tell me that the World Bank should have him fired, well, run that campaign. But for now, he enjoys the will and pleasure of the World Bank, who pays him and hires him to do a piece of job. And this idea that when people can work in dual capacity, not a single penny is paid by the Republic to any of these entities who serve on the board. Not a single penny. Go back and look at the structure. If you have one paycheck, post it. So it's a voluntary job. If you ask him to resign because the president said so, hey, fair enough. He can go. But he cannot go as an employee of the World Bank. It's all I have to say. The only thing I would say about we coming here, I've been coming here for a long time. Look, I don't disrespect people. It's not in my blood. I serve an entity where respect for conduct, for the rule, is a must. Otherwise, you suffer. So I can come in and be denigrating other people. But when someone denigrates your humanity, simply because, oh, you're a man or you're supposed to give way to a woman and all that stuff, I don't go for those kinds of opinions, because you know what? We're humans. We all expect respect from each other. I respect you. It's a two-way street. You respect me. But if you dare continually denigrating manhood because you think womanhood is to be above manhood, that's not who I am. I'll not accept it. So look, Senton, if you want to talk to us behind the scene, great. We've done it before, but is it going to stop for other people to see others as subservient, as altar boy, slave boy, talk to you that kind of way? I'm not taking. I'm a grown man, my brother. I'm a grown man. I can't take that. Thank you.
Asido.
CEO, thank you. Let me say hi to the colors. Thank you for participating. I appreciate the fact that you give me all of the praises. Thank you for it. And to the brother who said you took me on the bike once, please, let's have another bike. Right now, I ain't got no job, I ain't got no car, I ain't got no income. So I will always call you to make sure you take me from here and there. But let's go to the issue. My people, some of us have come here because we just don't want to be political every time, though we have the means to,
we want to be truthful to the discourse of our country. Nowhere have I said, and I will never say, that LUC is not challenged. Even me, I face the same challenges at LUC. Absolutely sure. More work definitely should be done there. And we hope the rescue train, as they promised, will solve all of these problems. I'm not saying LEC don't have no challenge.
There go you on the computer. I will stop you. Rescue train will solve all the problem.
Please, let me end now. I am not saying so. I was only giving facts that your eyes can verify. In George, we are turning more communities were connected to LEC than any time in our post-war history. From Dixville community, never had Corrin before George Weah. Corrin went there. You can go to Peace Island, Carwell, RIA, Johnsonville, Rock Hill. All of these places were all connected during the time of George Weah. And so it is a thing to agree that despite problems, challenges, more households got connected to the growth. This is not something I'm saying because no one is suffering. Today we are discussing all of the challenges at LEC. All of those challenges were there. Still, we had at least 16 to 18 hours of electricity a day. Today, we are having 6 to 7 hours a day. Are we saying the challenges just came today? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying there are no challenges. And for me, I don't want to talk about the output or the end result of Monica 10. I do believe they are doing pretty good work there, although they are challenged. There are a lot of challenges still left to work on. My own thing mostly is about the money, the big money being taken out. And as a person who was there before, work with World Bank. Once these people come, for me, if it is a grant you give the government, you can dictate. In my view, though, these big companies that come and give us loan, those are monies we will pay back. So the government should take charge of these monies. But usually they will want to set how the money is used, how much you pay people, how many person you hire. That's how it works in the system. If you are not there, you wouldn't know. I've had a lot of back and forth with World Bank. Even my boss, these guys who call me, man, they do this well, they don't just stand on the side. These things happen, and it is real.
So you will call you for the East and the money?
Well, I don't know what I want. You can give someone.
Well, you just said it just now. You said
let's do it one way.
Well, Zoga will call you for the East and the money.
Can I end, please? So, my people, y'all been listening to UP people all along. This is not a UP show. Somebody say, why you brought us on our show? Please, this show is for Labrador people. It's an extension of UP branch here. And let me just end. All our people listening to us, if you want me to be here, you got to start doing how they call the thing Costa used to do, sir. Please help me. Go for me. Because we can start be looking for a job. The way I play are looking, if I get it, I will not be coming here. But I want to come here. You'll be doing go for me and be giving my
you send message to CDC?
To everybody. To everybody. Go for me. There, I will come in today. My car broke down. You see. Now,
it just started. It just started.
But the brother told you that I even got on his bike. It tells you I'm someone who can live any life. I'm not this big kind of a whole day you want to be big man thing. Even in government, I used to take motorbike, I used to take a care, so I'm okay. But I know our people will do go for me. We're on the coastal line to make sure we live, or else we disappear from here. But it was a good show anyways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would just want to say we'll take this last few seconds to say congrats to our fellow guys that actually, seriously speaking, will be working in this government. They fought hard. They work so hard. Looking at the names, it gave me pride and joy. My interaction with them, guys, the way in which everything was said about them. But we wish them well as they prepare themselves to serve in the various capacity given to them by the Labyrinth people. I know the watchful eyes of Joseph Yuma Boakai, president. I'm so happy for my friend, Eugene Lamy Fagon. Eugene, actually say what you want to say. They all deserve this, and I wish them to serve well. Director General, Liberia Broadcasting System, LBS, Eugene Lamy Fagon. Imagine when you have Eugene and you have some strong men and women building that system, transforming it, making it bigger. You know, it's a state-owned. You know, I don't know how much will be allocated to them, but I believe that Eugene can bring his own connection and his own game. With the team given him, he will do better.
Eugene is the most qualified man now because the rescue appointing him.
And you're gonna, but I want that he's a, imagine that. Imagine that Unity Party appointing or sedition Eugene.
Oh no, Unity Party appointing those people. What are
Unity Party? Unity Party is appointing or sedition Eugene Fagon.
A single.
Wow. But let's look at it. But what they got, what can't disturb me for? But hey, Unity Party appointing or sedition called Eugene Fagon. So let's move in this order. Mohammed Ali, Mo Ali, my own man, managing director, Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, LWSC, managing director. You know, it's a pride and joy, you know, that we fought for it. And Joseph Boakai is allowing them now go and fight more. You know, don't be a sedition and depend on the finance minister to give you money. Be innovative. Reach out. Bring in the investors.
Okay.
Bring in the investors.
Check your bus. Check the bus. Check the chat.
Yes, sir.
It's an important message.
Yes, sir. So at the end of the day, there's all that what my mommy can be doing to me. Sending me all the leg get out there. Oh. All right. Let me ask the guys on the go. Is this true? Right. All right. So mommy, talk to us. Can I announce it, mommy?
No, I mean,
no. I don't think you should. This is, you have to verify these things.
So I say check with him.
These are security issues.
All right.
I'm trying to call him right now. You don't want to just talk about these things. Yeah.
All right. So, but mommy, let's talk about the appointment. It's big. It's huge.
Like I said here before, I mean, I took a position where we commend the colleagues to go and serve their country. I will only raise issue because we form part of an organization to see how, I mean, just check on credentials. Right after that, the rest of the issues, I mean, people can argue about competence, people can argue about experience. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt and give people the chance to go and serve. The only place where we can have a compromise is if when you come with questionable credentials. I mean, if you don't have academic credential, don't take it. I mean, be booked, like we can say in Liberia. I mean, having be booked doesn't mean you qualify to do any job. Most of those jobs that require be booked. I mean, but what you get it. You just go there and serve your people. If you don't get it, don't take it. If you're not ready to go to school, don't buy a degree. That's all. Besides that, I mean, everybody can go and serve. I manage a multi-million-dollar project. The finance manager for that project.
Oh, let announce. We got to announce. Sorry to interrupt. Spoon Talk is going live. It seems to be that Senator Sir Joseph House is on fire. Nelson, can you come on? Can you bring in that feed? Nelson? Spoon Talk is going live, reporting that Senator Sir Joseph House is on fire. Nelson is on the Spoon page. Can you bring it in? Let's hear what's happening.
Yes, I'm bringing it in now.
This is breaking news. Before we take our leave, the Senator Sir Joseph House, what I'm looking at is done. Is done. Yeah, what I'm looking at, his house is done. We pray that all is well with the family. We pray the senator is okay. Nelson, connect with whosoever there, please. Let it come in live.
Okay, let me do that.
But give us some volume now. We only have seen 2 vehicles from Dama is there. SUVs parked outside with the Senate 1 plate on it, and another one is parked in the compound here, a Land Cruiser pickup. With Nelson, give us volume, please. You went up.
I think it's from him.
No, it's not from him. They're trying to. I was coming from here. Contact with the increase the volume from the end. Senator to know his whereabouts. Can you? Entire community, even a source of water is difficult. They're trying to burst the windows.
Exactly. They're doing their best, taking ladders and trying to quench the fire. But so far, I've only seen 2 men attempting to save what remains to help quench the fire. They're using sticks.
Can you get Dama? Is Dama reporting? Can you get Dama? Let's ask him some question. Is the senator okay? Is everything okay?
This is a water tower, but so far I haven't seen.
Is the senator there? Azido, can you call someone?
They're trying to get water, calling on community dwellers to help. What they're trying to do is they don't want the fire to catch the plum tree.
I'm trying to get
spread to the next
residents.
Yeah.
Nelson send someone there, please, to help them out. This is Senator Sir Joseph.
Frantic efforts.
Senator Sir Joseph arrested there. Nelson sent someone there.
County Senator Sir Joseph. The issue of the effectiveness and efficiency of the Liberian National Fire Service always comes to question their response time when fire incidents occur. And this time around, a high-ranking member of the Liberian government, the chair emeritus of the Senate Committee on the Executive, his home is up in flames. Community dwellers are trying to do what they can do to avoid this fire raging to the other homes around here.
Are you getting someone, Nelson?
Yes, sir. Someone is going there to join him.
I think he's still using. Let's keep this going. We pray that. Okay.
This guy is standing just on a ladder, trying to do his best. Now more guys are joining in. Yes, sir. No, so far I've not heard or seen the senator. I've only seen one of his official vehicles that was whisked out of the compound. Let me try. Yes, sir, we can do either of the two.
All right, so I reached out to Damon. He's going to be joining us, guys. This is huge. Damon going to be joining us. I'm asking the status of the senator.
The fire is raging all around, including the garage. Wow.
I'm asking the status of the senator. We pray that all goes well. We pray that the senator and his family are okay if they were in that home. We have to know.
Wow. I am astonished. The level of damage. Wow. Wow. Jesus.
Dama, you want to bring Dama in from the office?
This shouldn't be happening to anybody. Whether you're a senator, you're an ordinary Liberian, whatever your status is,
you'll be coming in.
Losing a property in such a manner is really gut-wrenching. Wow.
Again, we are praying to God that the senator and his family are safe.
So far, Chief, how you doing? You a neighbor here or you live here?
I'm a neighbor.
Around what time this fire started?
The fire, actually, I can't give you the exact time because I'm not living here. I live at the back. But about 12, with the quarantine, when I came out, I saw people there yelling, "Oh, fire, fire, fire!" And I decided to run to come up. I came up, and how we decided to park on the side to go and get the senator out.
Was the senator here?
Yeah, he was in, but right now the car we get pulling out and we getting to the hospital.
Oh wow, which hospital?
I think if I make a mistake, carry hospital.
Wow.
Because
So
I know where along the car.
So you mind if I put you on camera? Do you mind?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Okay. I know you're not, so we have to forgive him. He's working. This is an emergency situation. He's shirtless, but the information is what we need right now. Morning to you, Chief.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Your name?
My name is Samuel Henry.
Samuel Henry, you were just explaining. You said around 12:30, that's when you heard people shouting?
Yes. You got a current around 12. Yeah, I was from the current where it came around 12.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I came out to people around 12:30, I just heard people yell, "Fire, fire, fire!" I decided to run up. To come up and my look, I saw the smoke. I thought it was my low keeper and I was on fire. I started knocking it. The other boy said, "No, now you're very close to my key." I would decide to close the front of the gate.
This gate now?
Yeah, the gate. I would cut it and short a piece of fire and enter. I would use it back. For I was the senator. One of the room.
Wow.
Yeah, the madam said, "But we're in there. I will force one of the windows on the back there and we pull out first. After we pull out, later on, I will say, but what if I pay? I said, but yeah, I have two police officers who live in the community. I they enter and they pull it out and show me.
Was he conscious?
Yes, he was unconscious.
He was unconscious?
Yes, he was unconscious.
So you guys lifted him and took him out?
We lifted him. He was in brief. In brief, was on it.
You were able to walk?
No.
You were off?
You were off. We told him from there up until we reached the bag. I didn't catch him.
And you took him to Catholic Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So he's okay, except for being unconscious?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else was in the house apart from the senator and another the lady that you talked about?
I can't tell. Yeah, so they have security who were at the back there, but they were putting cars outside.
So the security were putting cars outside while the senator and his wife and his madam were in the house?
Oh, yeah. Because they don't live in the house with them.
Oh, wow. So the door was locked?
Yeah, the door was locked. We got to bust the area first.
Wow. Which room? If you can just point.
No, the room at the back there.
Okay. The fire is all there. Okay. All right. Your name again?
I said my name is Samuel Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Henry, for speaking with us, and thank you for being involved in saving lives.
No problem, sir.
So as you can listen to Samuel Henry, who was a part of the crew that burst their way. Daddy, we know your burst the ender. You want to show what we saw enter from? Daddy, we know you're used to pouring answer.
Yeah.
You're passing through the window.
Yeah, we're passing through the window. There's the window that will burst.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Thank you. So you can see I cannot go further because explosions are happening all around. But nothing absolutely aside the senator and a female, but we don't know the relationship. They were taken out of the house by neighbors. Morning, Chief. I'm fine. you want to speak with us? If you don't mind, I see you still involved in this. So everybody here is in the spirit of helping, so we don't mind what they're wearing. We just, when it comes to saving lives and properties. Wow. So these things are gasoline barrels. If not for the intervention of neighbors like Samuel Henry, who spoke with us, thankfully, the story out of here, which is still a sad one, would have been much, much sadder than it is. The Montserrado County, the senator was whisked through one of the windows that was broken into by his neighbors. This is the window they keep showing us. So you work with the Liberia National Police? Your name? What did you respond to this morning?
Yeah, I was there this morning when correcting the king was forced. So I heard people crying out, fire, fire, fire. So I didn't have burning. So I decided to come to the backside and found me to enter. On King, we were 2 hours, we saw the front gate locked. So I was trying to rule the window. I opened the window back. I'm dying. So I had to open the small window back. There was no way. I had Jim or God by a name Jim. Me and myself used the backside. We decided to rule the wide window back. So when we rule it, we were two in the room, or Dele or in the room with him. I was rescued the Dele first. We went for him in the fire. At that time, it's small, too much. Yes, now how we managed to bring him out. I was brought him out and carry him to the hospital.
Which hospital?
We carried to Cali Hospital.
Okay. But aside, he's responding. Yes. You were there. Yes. Okay. So aside the senator and the female, no one else was in the house?
They were three, but the other guy was out. We let me out. But they were two in the room.
Okay. At that time. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for saving lives. We appreciate you. Your name again?
I'm Makala Trump. I work with the Liberia National Police. I live in the community.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. All right. So this brave gentleman, an officer of the Liberia National Police, who should be commended as well, along with others who did their best in saving the lives of Senator Sir Joseph and another female occupant. The senator has been taken to the St. Joseph Catholic Hospital, but as you can see, this entire residence has been charred, burnt completely, and so far, though we heard sirens blaring, we cannot determine whether they are those of the Liberia National Fire Service. Had it not been for the intervention of these brave men who braved the heat, the raging infernos, we would have been saying something different as of now. We want to see if the Liberia National Fire Service has responded. Even if they do, it will just be to quench this fire so that it doesn't spread to other homes around here of the Liberia National Fire Service. Senator Sir Harding Joseph is responding as you listen to the officer, MacArthur, who was part of the first responders. A senior ranking member of the government is engulfed in flames, like many other ordinary Liberians who didn't see any sort of response from the Liberia National Fire Service. This is what happens, if not all of the time, when there is a fire incident. You see neighbors and community dwellers doing their best to quench the inferno, but any signs of the Liberia National Fire Service will be a belated one. That is, if they do respond. Many a times they don't. The senator is safe. We've been informed. The Liberia National Police is clearing the perimeter.
The senator safe. I know you will be on that story, Nelson, with your show coming up. But again, Sam Jackson, man, that was a scary time in Liberia.
Oh my God, this is. I mean, I'm out of words. I mean, Sir Joseph. Oh my God, what a nice guy. Difficult circumstance, and I hope and pray that we can get somebody to the hospital as quickly as possible to ascertain his condition, man. Because I'm in tatters, complete tatters. It's very, very tragic, Very tragic, very tragic. And
you know, it's not about the house on fire. It's about thank God.
No,
Thank
yes.
God they are in the hospital.
Yeah.
And receiving
But I'm
medical
saying,
attention.
you say he was taken out unconscious.
Yes, yes.
Now he's responding. So I think it would be a good thing, Stanton, if you could send somebody to the hospital.
They are already on the way there. They are already on the way there.
Right.
Or somebody's on the way to the hospital.
Look, it's 3:27 a.m. here in South Africa. I'm not going to go to bed until I ascertain the condition of my very.
I have to, and I've asked whosoever go there if he can, just to hear his voice. So again, this senator, one of the two senators of Moserata County, St. Joseph House, is just went down in flames.
It's just, and it is burning uncontrollably. You know,
no fire service, no fire service.
It's bad. It's very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Could agree, man. You know, one thing is that we're just grateful to bring this thing live. You know, this kind of breaking news. That we're grateful that St. Joseph and whosoever that were in the house, they are okay. They went to the hospital. They will be fine. They will be okay by God's grace. But
in the name of Jesus,
man, a very, 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 very nice individual when you talk to him. And God save him tonight. Couldn't agree.
Well, you know, I don't know of anybody that somehow spoken bad about Sir Joseph. He's just an exceptional guy, one of a kind. You saw even what happened in the Senate when someone spewed hot water on him or so. He was just calm. But these kinds of issues cannot confront anybody, you know, at this time of their life. When I say at this time of their life, Sir Joseph is they're trying to navigate their way through the new system. And this is just too much to handle by him. But I'm glad at least they escaped with their lives. I want to believe property you can always acquire, but your life you can get once it's gone. But they can always come back. But, you know, Stanton, this just appeals to the process that we should begin to have, you know, fire service station built in every probably 3 or 5, 10,000 community dwelling area. The thing is, it's easy to do. It's just that we have not prioritized it. If you have police station, you must have also fire station. To see people woofing water from other sources, you can put out that kind of fire. Matter of fact, it's dangerous. And there could be other stuff there that could explode, or, you know, unexploded ordinances and so on, and people are nearby. But I think we just don't have the capacity right now for fire service. I think we should work on that as well.
It's very bad, man. It's bad. Who, Isaac? Man.
Can't hear you, Isaac.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's a very unfortunate situation. Very sad. Senator Sir Joseph is one person that cuts across with everyone. He's not this sad of the politician kind, and so everyone kind of appreciates him from all angles. And like we are all saying, is we thank God that he is safe as per the report from the reporter on the field, and that's the most important thing. We know he is one strong of a person. He will always come back from any unfortunate situation. This being one of those. And just, you know, also thanks the neighbors who were there to help as well. I thought it was scary when the fellow said he was in the room and they had to break through from the window. Imagine, had no one, if everyone was just in, probably if no one was around there. I mean, it would have been more than what we are discussing, but we thank God that everything went just the way it went. We can just pray that everything goes on very well with him as per the house. He's a property gun. I know Senator Joseph. He is a very strong of a person. He will always come back stronger.
And so I'm very trustful that things will go good, but it's been a scary situation, very, very unfortunate.
Apparently, I was muted. I'm sorry. Again, as a dope, couldn't agree. Mr. Jackson, we are grateful that we could cover this story through Diamond live feed. We wish the senator well, and I know that he will bounce back. We wish everyone involved in this fire well. The property, anybody can build a home, but the life, you cannot get it back easily. So thank God they are alive. Thank God they are recovering. Thank God they will be fine. And on this note, we want to say to all of our many listeners, Nelson, you want to come on? We want to say to all of our many listeners, thank you very much for joining us. Join us again tomorrow, and we'll have an update, continual report on this issue as the night go back on the late night politics with Nelson Kolai. Minister Doe, thank you very much, sir. Sam, have a safe trip to Liberia, Uncle Sam, and we'll talk to you from Liberia. Connor, great thanks as always.
Sam, you are disappointed. Fatima is not going to be there.
Come back away.
Hey, away.
More you fair.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys. Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. So Nelson, you got somebody going to the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Just stay on the story. I wish Senator Sir Joseph well. Again, I wish the senator well. He's one of my best good friend, and I thank God that nothing bad happened to his body, his person, and I know God kept him for a purpose, and he will be fine. We just pray that all is well to the end. So once they go there, I know you're just going to get into your show. I shouldn't hold you any further. Thank you very much as always. Okay, we'll be watching. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And we will certainly bring more updates on that. But folks, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here with us again today. On another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who tried but didn't